how to stream us through mine.
There we go. Now we're live.
Oh,
Are we?
We are. But, well, okay.
Checking my
So
phone.
the background of the Mad Badger Inn will remain up. Our pictures do not remain up. All they see is Mad Badger Inn. They hear the music and they hear us chatting.
No, we should play the ratings thing.
they don't see us?
No, they don't see us. They only see if you go to the Beery Good Twitch, it's the Mad Badger Inn, and there's special music in the background, so it sounds like we're in a pub and we're chatting.
Okay, that works. Okay,
There you go.
that's kind of neat. You want me to talk about what I wanted to remember?
Face palm.
All right, so I was doing an interview with a guy I mentioned before. His name is Mike Faber, and we were talking about Star Trek. And I was talking about how we were talking about canon. And I was saying how when I was like 20, I used to read the Star Trek books. You know, they're little paperback books, and there were like 50 of them. I had at least 50.
Yeah.
And I would get confused because in the TV show, Deanna was dating Riker, but in the book I was reading, she was dating Worf, and it was just all, it confused me. I just didn't understand.
Yeah.
I couldn't quite get my head around.
Couldn't wrap your head around it.
Yeah, I didn't realize that different people were creating the books and the movies. I mean, in the TV show.
Yeah.
And I said, this is what I said. I said, I guess I thought they were all in the room doing it together. Meaning, what I did was the people writing the books and the people writing the TV show. And he just stopped and looked. He was like, maybe they were. And
It's the Federation is an advanced society, and
I was so embarrassed. She said, well, maybe they were. I mean, I don't know. They didn't talk about that much. And I was so embarrassed. I said, no, I meant the writers. And I was trying to explain really quick. I was like, no, I meant the writers. I thought the writers were in the same room as the TV writers, and they were all doing it together. So, yeah, I couldn't quite get away from the phrase doing it together. So that was my face palm. And then another thing reminded me of Psy so much that I laughed out loud. There's this movie on Amazon Prime called The Vast of Night. It's an awesome movie. I really loved it. It was really good. I highly, 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 highly recommend it. Well, the main character, he's the radio DJ at the local radio station. And he was running around and people kept stopping him and asking questions, and I was like, oh my god, it's just like now, make a ticket. Why can't you make a ticket? Everyone was stopping him, and someone stopped and asked him a question, and it takes place in New Mexico, but it was filmed in Texas, and this is such a southern thing to say. Someone asked him a question. He said, "Now," and he has this heavy accent, the radio guy. He said, "Now tell me this, do you have a Bible?" And the guy was just like sputtering. He was like, well, of course I have a Bible. And the radio guy said, well, that has all the answers you need. And he walked away.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I thought of you. I thought it was funny. Did you get it, Sai?
No, I totally got it. Yeah, and that's. I'm trying to store that away for me to use later because
it's so funny.
He's taking notes.
that's
Perfect.
priceless.
It's perfect for the South because it's the Bible. It has all the answers. Don't you know? Everything you need is in the Bible. It's there. The Lord hath everything.
I am so glad I didn't grow up with that.
Yeah, I'll be glad. Yeah, it's still, I still get that all the time. I'm like, faith palm.
My mom tried. My mom was somewhat of a failed Catholic. I don't know if you'd call it a failed Catholic, but she referred to herself as a failed Catholic.
Okay.
She attended a Catholic school. We had a Catholic school where I grew up, and she attended St. Mary's, and it just never stuck with her.
It never took.
No, and the entire time I was growing up, she made sure that I had as much of a religious upbringing as I could tolerate. So she made me go. I went to Lutheran services. I went to Presbyterian services. I went to Catholic services.
Went all the way around it.
I went to Baptist. Our neighbor across the street was heavy into Baptist church, and I went to Baptist church services like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 times. And finally, my mom decided this is not working out well, because I was sitting up in the upper deck of the church, trying to read Arthur Clarke's Destiny's End. It was a Destiny's End. That I know they made a movie about it. I saw the movie. I think it was Destiny's End or something along those lines. And a Childhood's End. Childhood's End.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I was trying to read Childhood's End, which actually has a lot of religious connotations in it, while the church service was going on, and somebody caught me. So that's, I think, when she realized this isn't going to work out for him.
It just wasn't meant to be.
No.
Don't force it.
My kids never even thought of it as like a realistic thing, because like I never really introduced, like, it's just one day they just pretty much announced to the world, religion, no, we're atheists.
No.
That's pretty much it. Like, I think it was Grandpa that asked them what they believed in, and they were like, nah, we're atheist. They looked at each other. They looked at each other. No, we're atheist. Yeah,
It wasn't just like.
that's like matter of fact.
Well, see, I'm so much of a what would you call me? I guess you'd call me agnostic. I'm so cognizant that chances are I'm wrong about everything. I mean, there's a very good chance all my beliefs are wrong.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm a skeptic.
Yeah.
So I can't completely discount the existence of God, but there's just not a lot of evidence, you know. I just can't. I can't get into it. I just can't.
I always wanted to go to churches, but only so that I could be a part of something.
Yeah.
I didn't actually believe in the rhetoric. And even today, I do describe myself as religious, but the religious part is only a placeholder for things that I cannot accurately describe.
Well, and I won't, and I will never talk down about religion, because, well, I'll try not to talk down about religion, because I've been to all these different services, and I still go from time to time, and I get a lot out of the sermons. And you know, I don't know how true all the stories are. I mean, you can't really know if anything's a work of this far into the future. You can't know if it was a work of fiction or if it was based on fact. But I get a lot out of the sermons and the messages from the sermons, so I get that. But I can't make that leap. You know,
I think a lot of them are fables and what's another word? You know, stories. There's a word I'm trying to think of. I can't think of anything tonight, but stories.
Allegories.
So, yeah, thank you. Allegories. I think they're fables and allegories, because similar stories have been handed down from earlier religions.
But yeah, the fact that the same stories pop up in multiple religions, the whole Noah's Ark thing.
Yeah.
And when I was young, I went and saw that movie. You remember the whole Noah's Ark thing that went through the theaters in, like, I don't know, it was like the late 70s, early 80s, where they went on this expedition and they found Noah's Ark up in the Himalayas and yada yada yada. Yeah, I went to all of that, but I think the thing that really made the big pivot for me was Chariot of the Gods.
I vaguely remember that.
And that was, I mean, and that's that's History Channel in a nutshell. What it's become. It's all, aliens built the pyramids, and I can't say that that's wrong, right? I can't just say, 6,000 years ago aliens came to this planet and built pyramids. I can't say that didn't happen.
I think it's as believable as someone came back from the dead. Jesus.
That's exactly my point. I can't prove it wrong. Therefore, it's a possibility, and as long as the possibility exists, I have to at least consider it. And I really think I don't know. I really think a lot of people would benefit from that line of thinking, but there are people out there that are adamant about their beliefs.
People here think it's factual. It's literally true, and I am not joking about that.
No, they do.
Literally think it's true. There's a heaven. There's a hell. Jesus walked the earth. It's literally true to them, and I'm like,
well, there are people walking around thinking that they are completely safe from coronavirus because they are religious.
yeah.
Well, that was something I put in chat not all that long ago. It was Pascal's wager. So Blaise Pascal was a great mathematician, and his wager is this: if I believe in God to the extent that I show up to church and I have some amount of faith, and I die and I'm wrong, nothing bad really happened to me. But if I'm right, well, wait. If I'm right in the belief, then I get a great reward at the end. So it was a risk-reward situation, and that's kind of how I attacked the whole COVID-19 thing. If I wear a face mask and I go out in public and I look stupid, and I'm completely wrong that this is even a thing, and maybe it's a hoax, I look stupid in public. But if I'm wrong, the price is a lot higher.
That's true. That is also slightly economies of scale.
It's
slightly
it's basic risk assessment.
Yeah, basic risk assessment, but it's slight economies of scale. I'm still trying to remember the absence of evidence thing. Was that that weirdo that did it? No, Martin somebody. Absence of evidence doesn't mean it didn't happen.
True. Yeah, that's. I mean, I can't disprove Santa Claus. I mean, Santa Claus could exist.
I feel pretty confident that he doesn't.
Yeah, well, it's hard to prove a negative. It's impossible to prove a negative.
Well, if there is a rock in a box, you can't prove that the rock doesn't exist. You just can't see it. Bubble stash. Good work. I still have. Oh, nobody's gonna see me. Oh well. Oh, you can see me on the side. I still have that much.
Oh, cool. Can you see my?
Is that Hop Valleys? We can see each other. The public can't see us.
Yeah.
No, but I
They
tried
see
to.
the Mad Badger in.
Yeah.
Oh, but I tried to change my background.
Oh, it says XSplit Bcam. I see.
Yeah, you've got
like a
watermarking.
greenish. Yeah, I've got watermarking, but you've got like a greenish kind of with
She's in the
black
Matrix.
edges.
And it looks like her hair is blowing.
Looks like your hair
It
is.
actually looks pretty good.
Yeah.
It looks a little matrixy. A little
does,
matrixy.
I got this XSplit thing from one of those things that I signed up for. I'm always like paying $30 for $100,000 worth of software, and I got this.
Is that why you put up the sheet behind you?
Zoom does backgrounds, but it looks like this. It looks watery like this on Zoom too. Yeah, Zoom, you can do backgrounds, but I had to use this XSplit thing to get the background here. But I guess I have to pay to get the watermark off, but I thought I already paid.
Probably.
I thought I already paid
Please,
for this.
please update to latest version of XSplit Beacon.
Yeah, it asked me to do that, but I don't want to mess with what we're doing. I don't know, man. It's all very confusing.
You can do the bubble blur effect. Blur your background.
Yeah, I just wanted to put a special background up. I got a green screen and everything.
I don't even know if my camera's even. I guess let's find out.
Yeah, we're the only ones who are gonna see you.
I know, I was just
Oh wait!
experimenting.
Oh, it went away for a second.
That's probably because I'm messing in the settings. I swear I thought
Simon, I hate to, I hate to say this, but dude, you're black.
What?
Oh, there you are.
Oh.
He was. The screen was all black there for a second. There we go.
I'm all choppy.
You are.
Very choppy.
Are you having?
Oh, I know what that is. That's the.
Here we go. Cryo hop. Oh, with the cryo hop. This is the cryo hops one.
There we go.
Have your glass.
In my messy the messy front room or family room or whatever the hell it is.
How's the puppy?
Here's my sheet. Oh, he's doing great. He's definitely feeling much better. A little too good, actually. I've been thinking about putting him back on his drugs just to kind of
calm him down.
Yeah, he's got supposedly 6 weeks before he's healed enough that he can be jumping up on stuff. He's getting on the couches and everything already.
Oh, of course, because puppy dogs.
He's almost 3. He's not a puppy.
Aw, poor bear.
Always puppies.
He's like old enough to drink for a dog. Maybe I'll give him a scoop.
Yeah, maybe.
Might calm him down.
Hops are bad for dogs.
They are. Okay, the very last sip of that Mazango was not great. Pizza port. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Look at the skateboarder.
I always love their can art. Their can art is always kind of like this. It's like cartoony. Where's my watch? It's working.
Oh, nice. Class. You picked it. Yeah.
Ah, you're all racist.
We sounded extra racist before because the guy from Silicon Valley is
because you couldn't figure out the Asian guy. No, he was a Mexican guy. No,
he's
Pakistani.
Yeah.
Yes, because Pakistanis and Mexicans look so similar.
Well, you said he was Indian.
They're both human forms, so it's hard for me to tell.
Well, it's hard for me to tell because they're all on the same continent. It's just they split off between Muslim and Hindu, so they're the same genetic makeup, but we still sounded racist. His name is like Najal Kanandi, and I can't.
Kamal Nanjandi.
Kamal. Oh my God. Okay, so with respect to my husband here, all due respect, my sweetheart, I once had a boyfriend who was named Kamal.
Lovebirds.
That man.
The guy from the Middle East.
He was like, well, it was the second guy, like we were only like briefly boyfriend girlfriend, not the Egyptian.
Oh yeah.
The guy from India, he was a sex god. Oh my God, he wore a leather jacket and he had just like this upper body from hell. And I thought I was gonna die. I was in love.
The guy from Silicon Valley, Kamal, is in a movie on Netflix called Lovebirds.
Really?
Okay.
Maybe
My
I'll
wife tells me it's funny. I need to watch it.
Good.
I still like it too.
Hey,
I like
Oh, watch it. Good memory.
Listen up, we Paddies have our own version of the Kama Sutra, you know.
interesting.
Two,
It
200
involves Guinness. Because you're
260 265 ways to do it missionary.
And one with a cork.
Well, it all depends on
The other 100 days of the year are marriage counseling.
Aww.
Amazon movie, Lola.
It was so funny. I loved it. I mean, well, not funny. It was good, and it kind of had a sad ending, but it was really good. Huh?
What movie? Well, what movie was it?
Vast of Night. The Vast of Night.
Oh, the Vast. Oh,
Vast
yeah.
of-
You
wait,
mentioned
I
that.
gotta-
Yes, you did. I'm
Hang on,
sorry. I even wrote it down.
Yeah.
You wrote it down. I'm not like I didn't have like the capacity to open my Amazon.
Oh, you're gonna actually add it to your list.
Of course. How the hell am I supposed to know to watch it if I don't have it in my list?
All right. Well, you write it down.
Yeah. I don't own paper anymore, and
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
recognize this.
Let me tell you about this
Like,
newfangled
this is
thing.
the closest. This is the closest thing I have to a pencil.
That is like a
I don't know what that is.
1 penny nail.
Yeah, you should notice it because we got it while we were there.
Oh, I know what that is. That's from the
That
that's
is
from
from
the
the ship.
Dog poop.
No,
That-
no, it's a
yeah,
rusty
it's-
it's a rusty
it's
nail
a
from the
frigate.
deck of
Oh,
Oh,
that's
From the deck of the frigate, yeah, from
the
the frigate
Beagle.
that was in the movie.
It wasn't the Beagle.
Master and Commander.
What was the name of the ship? It wasn't the Beagle. That was Darwin's. I can't remember the name of the damn ship. Yeah, you can't either.
No, I can't. But I'm terrible with names.
Awesome stuff.
Name of the ship used in Master and Commander.
Bounty.
I love HMS Surprise
Surprise.
That's it, yeah.
with a Z.
Wow. That's
It was
so
originally
internet
the
times.
one
We
that
lost Lola.
Yeah, I mean, the one that we were on
Oh.
board was originally named something else, but when it became so famous after Master and Commander was filmed on board, they changed it to...
They changed the HMS Surprise. But yeah, I mean it's cool to have those, and I'm gonna put it in as soon as I can actually, as soon as the art store opens up again, I'm gonna get a box, a shadow box for
Make
it.
a box. Make a box.
I
You got a saw. You got wood. Come on.
Actually, I don't anymore.
You don't have any wood or a saw?
I don't have any saws anymore. My saws are not up to scale anymore.
How do you do anything without a saw?
I don't.
I mean,
I got rid of pretty much everything, Si, when we left Corvallis. I had to get rid of everything because we couldn't haul it all along.
we got a saw right here, for God's sakes. Come on. I could do some damage with that.
No, I'm gonna put the 2 nails. And I'm gonna put the picture of the 3 of us,
Oh, there you go.
and
Make
a couple small things of the
Little
of
nail
the surprise.
memorial.
Have
Oh,
a whole memorial to our trip to San Diego.
Oh, we got some amazing pictures.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my camera isn't on because OBS is controlled. Unfortunately, I keep forgetting that. And I have to
Fruit
stop-
flies.
Yeah, I have to stop the stream, switch the camera over to Jitsi, then restart the stream. So
You know, something I'm definitely in the market for here in the next few months is a Wi-Fi connected either 1080p or 4K camera. I've not had a lot of luck at finding anything sub a bazillion dollars.
You know what I have seen is the little micro SD cards for your DSLR. You know,
Oh,
Lola,
yeah.
like you?
But you can get those that are Wi-Fi enabled. The little SD card is actually Wi-Fi enabled. So you plug it into your camera as normal, and then you can access your camera over Wi-Fi. Now I'm not too sure if you could actually use it as a webcam, but there might be a way
I
to
think
that.
it's called iFi or something like that. I've seen
Yeah.
those before for a Canon.
Yeah.
Actually, the guy I know that does wedding photography, that's what he uses. He puts a laptop in his backpack,
Yeah.
and then he just takes pictures, and it just saves to his laptop. It's genius.
Yeah.
And the whole and actually, it's damn fruit flies.
I thought,
They're
okay, I
everywhere.
seriously thought you were trying to, oh my God, I thought you were trying to get my cursor. My cursor was right where you were.
Yeah.
I was like, how did he
Oh.
know?
Lola, I was gonna say, and Lola's gone now, but Lola
I think
looked
she's
like
having,
she was
Yeah.
Nadia out of What We Do in the Shadows. There's Buds.
Aww,
He's
there
he's
he
gonna
is.
scratch
He's
his face.
so cute.
Sai taught him how to do that. He saw Sai.
You see his butt shaved?
Yeah.
Come here, buddy, with your shaved butt. Come here. Come on.
We want to give you kisses.
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
Did it!
Like, no, my butt's done. I've humped my last pillow for the day.
You hadn't been doing a whole lot of that, I gotta tell you.
Ah, Lola, you fixed it.
Yeah,
All right.
I had already bought it. I just had to look up the password, and I
There you
had
go.
to. It wanted me to.
You look like you're underwater, dude.
Yeah, it's the same way on Zoom. I
You're a
don't.
mermaid.
Yeah, it's okay. It's the let the sunshine, let the sunshine. Yeah.
I thought about, you know, getting a green thing
They're
for
very
the
cheap on
background.
Amazon. They're very cheap on Amazon.
This is just
The
back.
green
They're like
screen?
yeah, they're like $12 or something like
That'd be awesome.
that. $20
What?
for a 10-foot
Fabric.
green screen.
Oh yeah, I totally need to, because it's the wrong. I mean, well, here's the problem, right? It's very similar. So
So-
like when I do the Zoom meetings and I get the thing
yeah.
going and I've got the matrix going, the matrix goes through my hair and my beard.
This part of your face. You
So
should
I'm
wear-
like really in the matrix.
Yeah, I don't know how to get this any better. I might pick some other ones.
Ah. Okay, so
I got this.
about this game.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to figure out exactly how size game works.
Oh yeah.
Have you never seen What's My Line or?
I know how what's my line, but is it exactly the same? So we're gonna have somebody come in that we can't see, or that like one of us picks somebody and they come in but they can't be seen, right?
Well, okay, so there may be some guests that I can get that can be seen, like on camera,
Mhm.
and the only thing we're gonna obfuscate is their name, because you can just Google their name and then
Yeah.
that's cheating. And I
Yeah.
know you guys would never do that, but
No,
But
we
if it's an
never
okay,
do
if
that.
it's an obvious guest that we
Right.
would
or
know,
if,
then we'd
or if
have
their
to.
general appearance is gonna give away what they
Yeah.
do for a living, right?
Yeah. And then we get to ask questions. What
Gonna just
kind of like?
Ooh. I got a bunch of
she pulled that beer out of the ether. She was like, beer.
Well, almost a beer. It's half a beer. Oh my goodness, she's got half a can of beer.
I'm going into the matrix. It's invisible beer.
It's Cigar City beer, so you know.
It is.
You can see the cigar on it. Yeah.
Yeah, their logo is never going to go away.
She's drinking from a cigar.
Which one is it, Lola?
It's the one I was drinking probably last time. Not the exact same.
Margarita? The margarita?
Yeah, the margarita. Can't
Sweet.
see. Yeah.
So, how many questions do we get?
So I've decided, completely randomly, I'm trying to fill out maybe 30 minutes of a 1 hour show.
Okay. Well, 30 minutes of the game, and then we just get to chat with them. However, yeah.
So the rule I set was up to 30 minutes, or until everybody's had 5 questions. So
Okay.
if you look at 3 panelists, I'm hoping Chael will join in.
Yeah.
3 panelists, that's 15 questions, and that's no's. So you get an infinite number of yeses. So you get to ask a question. It has to be a yes, a no, or the answer has to be a number.
So are we guessing the person, or are we guessing or is it, does it change that we're guessing their occupation? Okay.
And actually, I'm kind of giving myself a little leeway there. It's not just occupation; it's occupation or claim to fame, because some of the people that I want to bring on have a very general occupation, but they have a very specific claim to fame.
Oh, that's
So we might,
very interesting.
so we might even give extra points if you can go. Oh, I know you do this, but then you can't name the claim to fame. You didn't.
Yeah.
And I haven't figured out what the whole reward system is.
This sounds really fun.
I think it'll be great.
Just the game itself sounds fun.
Yeah.
Well, in all honesty, to all of our listeners,
Yeah.
this is a weekly veiled attempt to get people on our show that we can interview, because I really think the 30 minutes after the reveal is going to be way more interesting than the actual game itself. So this is kind of a way for me to kind of entice people to come in and talk to us, so that once we find out what their occupation is, we can just go to town on what's it like to do this for a living, and how do you handle that, or there'll be a lot of. I'm really excited if I can get the first one. I'm trying.
Good luck with
I'm actually thinking of people that I could put on. I mean, I'm sure Lola has people she could put on.
I've got 100 at least.
Oh God, I wish I had 100. I've got. I don't even know. I don't even know who the person is I want to talk to.
See
right now.
Oh.
But I know the people.
The people that I have in mind are not actually all that technically. Woohoo! So I have to be careful.
Well, yeah. But it would be cool to have authors and stuff on. That would be really cool.
There's at least one person I know would have no problem.
Who?
At all. Well, of course, I can't tell you who.
Oh.
So instantly, right now, you've already given up your whole game.
Yeah.
My first question is going to be: are you an author?
Yeah.
And at least 50% of the time you'd be wrong.
Maybe I could put on an accent or something.
I'll take 50%.
Well, they could put it on an accent.
No, like me. Maybe I could put on an accent,
Oh yeah.
or something on Fool's side.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
you could come on with like an Irish accent. I would never recognize you.
We never know. You could do an.
No, you could do a Scottish accent, and I'd really be confused.
I don't even know how to do that.
I don't either, actually, which is strange, but it's so different. Like
I actually have a lot more trouble understanding Scottish.
What got it?
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
a wee
same
lassie.
here.
I'm a wee lassie. I'm a wee lassie, and I live up there in Scotland. I got it.
Stop murdering, dude!
I'm trying to.
You're kneeling on that fly's neck until it's dead.
They're trying to steal my beer.
Is it too soon?
Too soon.
Too soon for that joke.
Definitely
Too soon for that joke.
I think it all went.
That's.
It's okay. It's just us. I checked. There's only 3 viewers, and I think that's us.
Yeah, I can see it.
I'm one of
mod.
them. No, it's all us. We're all supporting ourselves.
Our own viewers.
You know what? I don't have mod capability.
On where?
What?
Where?
On Twitch.
I don't know if I do.
I do not. Oh wait, no.
I'm
there
gonna
it goes.
I'm gonna kick Linda off.
Okay.
I'm kicking her off.
No, I'm
She's
in
out of
mod
line.
queue. That's
No,
it.
everyone. I went through everything and made sure everyone has.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello to all our 7 viewers.
We have 7 viewers?
We have
Yeah, if
7.
you
We have
click on
7
the thing
viewers. Now, not all of them are listed, but that's okay.
I
That's
only
okay.
If
see
you
4.
click on if you click on see
The sword. If you click on the sword, you can see all the people that are looking.
I'm
at
not
it now.
clicking the
And I
sword.
wouldn't.
No,
I wouldn't out them. I would not out them.
No,
I thought I was in.
right of stream chat where it says that you've lit icon of the 2 people. If you click on that, you see who's watching.
Is that a euphemism? Clicking on the sword?
No.
Suppose you're doing more than clicking.
So on Twitch, the watching now is never correct.
Well, the
It's
number
never correct.
isn't correct, but if you click on that icon of users in chat, you see who's actually watching.
Okay, I'm in
We'll
the
give $100 to charity right now. Ask Static. Figured.
No,
I
it's
see
weird. It's cool.
5
That'd be
active.
rough. That'd be rough. No, I wouldn't. I don't have $100 right now. Do not hurt
Oh
yourself.
shit, that's working.
Do not hurt yourself.
That's
You
sharp.
You keep your knife sharp. You're a good human.
Oh,
You
yeah.
are.
This is my. This is
So
my,
wait.
like,
So Sai, do
garbage
you know
knife.
how to use a sharpening knife? A sharpening stone. Sorry, sharpening stone to sharpen a knife.
I put it away. It was right over. It was
So
right
you know
over
how
there.
to use. Okay, so you know how to use. Okay, that's it. So for some future time, you're gonna have to show me how to properly use a sharpening stone, because like every time I try it, all I get is a dull knife, and it's
Yeah.
frustrating the crap
Oh.
out of
It's
me.
all about the angle, I think.
I've always
It is
I've always
100%
had
about the angle.
I've always had the farmers market guys do it, and now we're not in Corvallis, so I don't have a farmer market guy.
Uh-oh.
So
I need to learn how to sharpen a knife, and and when I was in the restaurant, when I was in the Velvet, I was not allowed to sharpen the knives. He said no. He said, "You're not there yet."
what kind of knives do you want to sharpen?
Kitchen
Stainless,
I think
carbon
They're,
steel? Do they rust?
they're stainless. They're the crappy Fred Meyer kitchen knives.
Okay.
Because I can't afford. I'm still saving. I'm still trying to decide what my budget is for a really good kitchen knife, and I don't know whether I want, like one type or another, or
Okay.
I don't know yet.
Actually, I could do that like right now. Give me like a couple minutes.
To find your stone.
Yeah, just collect everything and bring it back
find
here.
his rocks.
Find your.
Yeah, I gotta go
Yes,
find my rock.
please. I mean, oh man, it's.
Not
But I
there.
don't have. I don't have a sharp. Like, do you have a particular stone you use?
It depends on the knife. There's a lot of different things I do.
Oh, okay.
I literally sharpen some knives with a freaking file and then a honer. That's it, and that's all I use on them, because that gets them sharp enough to do what they're supposed to do. My meat knife, and I know you saw my meat knife when you were here.
Oh
because
yes. Oh
yeah.
yeah.
That I literally just use the honing rod that I have.
Sai has
It's
massive
purely
knife.
technique, and once you get it once, it's one of those things like habit. Once you get it down once, you've got it for life.
Sai can slice up his meat like nobody else I've ever seen.
Woohoo!
Very skilled. Very skilled manipulating.
Be right back.
his meat. I probably should not antagonize the person who's going to teach me something.
Especially when it involves knives. Uh-oh. Scary! I'm still trying to find a nice background. One that you can actually see.
I still love that library background in back of me. Man, I love that thing. Like, I want different ones, but that one's just, the camera works on it so well, and it's weird because if you see it in person, it doesn't look anything like it looks on camera.
Okay.
Like, to me, the books all look really big and really fake.
Yeah.
But
They
once
look
the
really nice.
once the camera's looking at it, it looks like a bookshelf.
Yeah. The only time you can tell it's not a bookshelf is when the fan's on it and it starts willowing.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you can tell, but otherwise it looks real.
And we haven't had like terrible heat. I haven't had to put a fan on or an AC unit yet or anything.
Yeah, I had to apologize to the guy today because I had the fan on. I didn't have a choice. It was so freaking hot.
Ugh, when are you gonna get your AC fixed, or
The
are
guy
you?
came while we were on the phone. He came
Really?
fix. That's why I'm out of
Oh,
bed and a little more mobile and happy.
oh,
Yeah, he came around 7:45, 8, something like that.
oh my God, that's really late. But he came like that
So
late. That's
happy.
nice.
I'm so happy. Yeah,
I guess in Florida, when you know, if you're running an AC business, you better be willing to get out of bed at any time of day or night, right?
yeah, and he is the knight in shining armor right now. And I want to keep using that guy. Clint signed us up for a home warranty, and when you do a home warranty, they pick the people who come out. But I really like this guy, so I don't know.
Yeah, see, I despise things like that because I judge each and every person who walks into my home. I mean, I'm glad that the home appliance service that the that the that the rental agency uses is
Mhm.
polite and
Good.
they're fast, they're dependable. You know, they call and they are there when they say they're going to be there.
That's nice.
They just do the job and they GTFO when they're done.
Good. That's good. Yeah, it was clogged again, and this guy, he is really nice, but it was so funny because the first time he came out, like a year and a half or whatever ago, he said you need to put vinegar in the pipe at least once a month, and we're like, uh-huh, and then
What?
we do
You
it.
don't do basic maintenance on your cooling system? Dude, you're in
Stuff like
Florida!
And I've lived in apartments my whole life, and no one ever told me to do that. No one ever told me. So we forgot. And then 6 months later, we had to call him, and he came out and he was like, "Have you been putting vinegar in the pipe?"
No.
I said, "We don't learn good."
We don't learn good. You know what? You know what's good for don't learn good?
What?
Calendar.
That's a good idea. We need to. We have a really pretty calendar for the Chinese restaurant. We need to use it.
Well, either on a physical calendar if that's what you prefer, or email. Get a calendar to send you an email on whatever day you like. You know your tasks. Send you your tasks saying, look, go buy a new toothbrush and put vinegar in the fucking AC, or you're gonna wind up paying more money.
And being miserable for a whole day. Yeah, I need to do that.
And it is coming up on June, dude.
I know.
June.
I'm dying today.
You're gonna-
I was like,
Just wait until those 100-degree days when you're just.
they're coming.
You're coming into the time where you can't even take a walk, man.
You walk out and you start sweating. I mean, it just starts pouring. I was sweating today. I was miserable. I told Clint, it's a good thing Jerry doesn't live here anymore because I was not wearing clothes. I did put on clothes before the AC guy and before I got on the call with y'all. So
Okay, so
it's not wearing clothes.
Clothes are good.
so I
Let's
have
resume
to.
meeting.
I do have to say, Lola, you look much brighter today than previously.
Yeah, I've been doing better.
Even if it was hot today, you look like your eyes are much brighter and you're holding your head up and you look much better.
I do. I feel much better. I'm trying not to get stressed out. I had a little bit of a flame war this week, but I'm calmed down and, just...
Well, that flame war was... What can I say? I both want to say it's understandable and I want to shake my finger at you.
Yeah, for getting involved in a flame war.
Yeah.
No, for getting involved in that flame war because you knew it was going to happen.
Well, I know.
I'm glad you stood your ground.
Yeah.
Right? I'm glad you stood your ground because standing your ground is important. But that's an inevitable one, isn't it?
Well, when I see people spreading coronavirus shit, and then other people trying to defend him and piling on the original person, even though the original person did not need my help at all. She's a firebrand. She did not need my help at all. But I just couldn't stand seeing people just
I,
disparaging her and piling on her.
Yeah.
You know?
I
Yeah.
get sucked into that all the time. I
Yeah.
shouldn't.
I just couldn't stand it.
What just happened? That was like
She's breathing on the camera.
it was like something on Pornhub.
Woo! Oh, we have to pay from now on.
That's right. $20, please.
You gotta imagine the web mistresses are making a lot of money. That's the way of the future.
Now it's actually like every 5 minutes or so, like it. And this is the best camera I've ever had. I don't understand why it keeps going blurry.
Okay.
Yeah, I need.
Give me like
I need like a
minute.
whiteboard.
A minute and a half.
With reminders of things, you know, little technical things that I need to remember because I've got so many things I need to remember. You know, before we start a broadcast, you know, because everything is running through OBS, so I've got to set up various different scenes, and there's a lot of they're all little things, but there's a lot of little technical things that have to be done before we actually go live. And yeah, like before I started the Mad Badger, I forgot to switch the camera over to Jitsi. So now, you know, it's stuck on OBS.
Oh,
So there's
no.
nothing I can do about that, unless I can find a second camera to plug in somewhere. I'm sure I have one somewhere.
Finding it is a challenge.
Yeah, finding it is a problem.
But I always have a lot of little things too. But the one thing I try to remember when I'm doing my show is hit record or make sure it's already recording. That's one of my fears. Hopefully that never happens. Knock on something, knock on wood. That you know, you go through the whole show and like, shit, I never hit record. So I'm trying really hard not to let that happen. Knock on wood.
Yeah. There's a lot of little things go into it, you know, that you have to remember. And my brain at the moment is I'm doing a lot of remastering work.
Okay.
So that's where my brain is kind of hyper focused right now, because I'm focused on our server, our home media server, and remastering all these old shows that were kind of favorites of mine back in the like 70s and 80s.
Cool.
Did you get around to Wizards or?
I was looking for that earlier on. I think I'm just gonna like order a DVD or something and then put it on our server. I mean, we can.
It's not a fantastic movie.
Yeah.
I mean, if you remember I think it was Frazetta or maybe it was probably Bakshi that did Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit.
Was,
It's along those lines, but the story is very shaggy. I mean, it's not a great story, but back in those days, that was freaking anime. It was dated anime.
The one that I shared with you earlier on, Ulysses 31.
I started watching. I've never
seen
that
amazing.
before.
That is, it was a Franco-Japanese production.
It's very out there. I mean, it's
way out there, you know? Yeah.
Wow, a curfew has been imposed in Portland.
And in Chicago.
And Washington, Minneapolis, Atlanta. So this
sucks.
So this is my kitchen knife. Yeah, so this is the kitchen knife I use for most of the potatoes and any big items I have.
Really put that up to the camera so I can see the edge. Oh, I think I got him that time.
It's it's done. It's been used a lot.
Right. Well,
It should be. It should be a lot further.
So
Here's the second one I got this year.
okay. I actually recognize these knives. Okay.
I prefer this one, but you know, for big items, I have to use the bigger one. I also use this one because it has a flat top
Right.
for hammering, for going through frozen items.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the one I use for that because it's sturdier. It's steadier.
So like batoning.
Yes. Yeah, I use it with the meat thing.
Okay, so here's my run of the mill. This is a Pakistani blade. This dates back to 1980 something. I bought it
It's
somewhere.
a very classic design. The wood with the brass.
Yeah, I bought it for like a couple of bucks. It's a horrendously bad knife. Okay.
Well, you can make any,
And there's
really
a
bad knife
patina
into
of rust.
something all right. Yeah.
You can see where the rivets are because I don't take great care. This is literally like my shop knife. Like if I have to whittle something, or chop at something, or just cut through a piece of styrofoam
Plastic
or whatever,
or,
that's what this is for. And this hasn't gotten a lot of care in the past. And you can see the let me see if I can get the glare. So you see the edge there, right?
Yeah.
There's like maybe a 1/16 of an inch that goes along that, but there's no major focus.
It's hard to focus it.
Yeah, there's no major chunks out of it. Like there's no like missing metal bends. It's very
There's
true.
no chips. Yeah.
No chips, no bends, no dents, no dings.
Yeah.
So if I had any of that, I would go straight to a stone. And this is actually my oil stone because I couldn't find my whetstone. This is, I want to say it's like 300 grit on one side. So this will remove a lot of metal really quick. So if you have to reprofile this, this will get that job done really quick.
Yeah, I have like a tiny little thing that's
you have a similar
the,
version.
The rough side, and then there's a smooth side, but I don't know what grit this is
yours
at
looks
all.
like yours looks like it's the same as mine. Like I mean, if you look at the density of yours might actually be a little finer than mine is. So this is like a 300 grit. This is like a 100 grit up here.
Yeah.
And this is actually from the days when I was a machinist. I used to hone my tools, my drill bits and shit on this to, just get them a nice sharper edge that they could do the job for the day and get out of the shop. So if I had any dents or dings, that's the first thing I would go to. Is I would go to this. Those knives don't look like they need any of that, and quite honestly, you can probably get away with very little maintenance on these. So your next two options are probably going to get you, as far as kitchen knives, if you're not completely abusing your knife, or you haven't had any major accidents with your knife. A honing rod, which you can get on Amazon for like $20, $10, $15. I don't know. I think I bought this at Walmart. This is it's just a rod of steel, and it's encrusted with diamond. So it stays.
I have one of those. Oh, shoot.
This is my stuff. It's encrusted with diamond. It doesn't feel like much. I mean, you run your finger across it, you can kind of feel that there's some grit to it, but it doesn't feel like there's. Oh no! Please don't use that. No, those are.
This is like, and I only use the coarse side.
Yeah, your microphone is
your
off.
microphone is muted.
Oh, yeah, I only use the coarse side because the fine side doesn't work at all.
Okay.
It does, but those give you an approximate angle, and they.
Yeah.
How do I explain it?
That's why I need to learn how to use a stone, not that crap.
So.
I've got a lot of stone. That's all I'm saying.
I do. I have more than one stone. I have some stones.
So this does not look phallic. That's basically what your knife blade looks like, right?
Yeah.
You've got the general profile of the knife, but then you have what they call a micro angle,
Yes. Yes.
a micro edge.
So on the back side, yeah, it's a little. On the back side, it's a little steeper than
Yeah, he's a little
the
deformed
front
right there.
side.
But this is the main cutting portion right here, this little triangle
Yes.
right here, and that's all you need to do is you need to just refresh that. And so when you drag a blade across a stone or whatever, you're going to produce a burr. There you go. There's the actual word that they
Yeah.
use. So you're gonna roll a burr. So you run it across the stone,
I can't.
and what it does is it
Yeah.
curls. It curls. So I ran it across here.
Yeah.
It's gonna curl a little bit of it. It's gonna make that edge, but it's
Yeah.
also gonna curl a little metal over. So then that's why you go to the other side and you give it
You gotta
another.
lift it. I can't see it when you do
Oh,
that.
sorry. Actually, make sure I'm doing this on the fine side because I really don't want to take too much off this.
Up. There.
So you drag it towards you, away from
Okay.
the edge, like. Let me see if I can. This is so hard to do
Because
like
in
this.
all the videos I've watched, it's always toward.
No. You're pushing. You want to roll the burr over to the other side.
Okay.
So if you're pushing this way,
Yeah.
you're basically cutting that burr off and rolling it. You're rolling it under.
Oh.
You want to roll it over to the other side, so you want to go this way.
Okay.
And then when you come back, you want to go that way, which is still rolling it to the other side. So you're basically kicking a piece of metal this way and kicking it back that way. Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah.
And so you'll start off, you'll do like maybe 5 turns this way, 5 turns that way, maybe 3 this way, 3 that way, 1 this way, 1 that way, and then just maybe back and forth okay? And then once you get and that's we're talking coarse stone or even fine stone.
Yeah.
But once you get to that point,
Well, I guess it depends on how dull the knife is. I mean, if it
Exactly.
was really dull, I'd use the coarse part.
no, you only really use the coarse part to reprofile the knife. If you got
Like
a
if there are
big ding in it,
chips.
a chip, a
Oh,
ding, a deformation in that straight edge, because what you're looking.
Okay. I see.
Yeah, you can't actually see the sharp edges towards you.
It's
There
too
you go.
hard. Yeah.
So that's a pretty straight edge. There's no
Yeah.
dings, there's no defects. I don't see any chips out of it, so there's no reason to use the coarse edge.
Yeah.
Maybe just use the fine edge a couple of times. One wipe this way, one wipe that way, one wipe this way, one wipe that way. And then you just kind of feel along the edge. See, what you want to do is you want to take your fingernail and you just want to run it along the edge. Right, it's not your finger, it's your fingernail. You want the hard
How
part of
many
your finger.
fingernails left because I play piano or I play violin?
So right in here, I
Yeah.
can feel a lot of roughness right in here.
Yeah.
In this area right here, and this is sharp. And then the other place you want to feel is you want to run your finger across that sharp edge, away from it, not towards it, because you'll cut yourself if it's sharp. You want to push away, and you want to feel where that burr is, right? So on this knife, I left that burr is on this side.
Yeah.
I can feel a little burr kicked up. So then what you do, here's where my burr is. I take my honing rod, and it's the same deal. It's away from the sharp edge of the blade, and you just slowly take it to the edge.
Ah.
And after you do this a couple of times,
Yeah.
like you'll you'll just develop a knack where you can go, you know, and it's always you're always pushing that burr out towards the end, not into the knife.
Okay.
So, and just to demonstrate how shitty this knife is right now, actually, I think I've already sharpened it enough to get a good cut test. But you take a piece of paper. Oh no, we're still dull. You can see how it's tearing.
Having
It's
issues.
not.
Yeah, it's tearing, not
So let me.
cutting.
So let me just kind of.
Do you do this with your knives, Lola? Like, you don't sharpen your knives? How do you not like
Buy a
slice
new
your?
knife.
How do you not slice your fingers off?
Well, if you don't sharpen your knives,
Can't do nothing without a sharp knife.
how do you threaten Clint?
My eyes.
All that's
Oh,
needed.
she uses lasers instead of knives.
Yeah, lasers.
I just
And-
Laser.
When you do this, you want to do it at that angle, at this angle right here,
How do
not
I know
that
what
angle
that
there.
angle is?
It's feel. So
So here's another question. That stone, is it dry or is it wet?
right now it's dry. This is an oil stone. It really should just be oiled.
How do you know if the stone
Using
is
it
supposed to
without the oil, I'm just scraping off grit.
How are you supposed to know if it's supposed to be like wet or dry?
It's the stone. I mean, there's
I don't even remember where I
don't
got this thing.
I don't know of any dry stones. They're either
I
wet
know
stones or they're oil stones.
Oh, okay.
This is an oil stone. A wet stone, you use water. That's your lubricant.
well, I
and
mean,
you know-
I doubt it's an oil stone. I think it just came in the package with the knife. It was like a Safeway special. If you buy the knife, you get like a pound of meat for free or whatever.
Okay, so the difference is, can I? Yeah, no, you can see it on. Well, I don't know if you can. I can see it in.
I
this.
can see it.
You
There's
see
a
the dip in the
logo.
middle?
Oh yeah.
This is from years of using this, and it's panned out. So really, this needs to go into a surface grinder and just be going, or I need to buy another stone and like resurface this. But it's done good enough for what I use it for, and
Yeah.
it's got like, I don't know if you can see it. There's enough oil impregnated into the stone that, you using it without spraying it down with heavyweight
Yeah.
oil, it's gonna be okay. So you basically on the honing rod. This is most kitchen utensils. Just on the honing rod, just kind of give it a few in one direction and a few in the other direction, enough to kick a burr up,
Yeah.
and then feel for that burr. Once you feel that burr, you've done what you needed to do, and then you go to stropping. And stropping is a piece of leather, and you could even make these. Okay, this has got a little edge to it. I can feel it. So you've got a stropping. This is a stropping board. It's got a piece of fine leather and a piece of rough leather, and there's a compound you can rub into it.
Oh, it's the same thing. If you buy like the Chinese ones, there's like a little block on the end you remove, and that's a dropping block.
I don't know what you refer
don't know.
to. I have a green block of clay stuff
Yeah.
that I rub across here, and
Yes.
that's what puts that in it. And then I have a white block that puts that in it. The white block is rougher, so it's
Yeah.
like 5 micron or 3 micron. I don't know what the grit is. And then this is a finer micron. it's the same motion. It's
Yeah.
you want to move it away from yourself, or away from the blade. So you want to start right there where the
Yeah.
actual cut part exists, and you just bring it towards you. And again, you want to maintain that angle. And it's not as important on this as it is on the hone or the stone.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can feel where the blade feels like it's
Yeah.
like right in there. And that's the angle you just want to stick with. And my elbow's hitting things. So you just want to. And then you want to go back the other way.
Same number of times.
Usually. And you always like want to just like kind of count down to like 1.
Yeah.
To where you're doing it on equal amounts on each side. And then you flip to the finer edge. Same deal. And you'll get a feel for this where when you're pulling burr off, you can feel it catching and like pulling itself off. And then
okay.
yeah, you'll feel it. It's very subtle, but if you've ever picked a lock,
So
it's a
it
lot
kind of
like
takes
that.
it kind of takes 3 tools rather than just
You can do a lot with a strop.
yeah.
Like if the very first thing you're ever gonna buy is a strop, if you're gonna spend $10 somewhere, buy a strop first. Because
I'm not so concerned about the crappy knives. But
well,
right
yeah,
now
you're not gonna get the crappy knife anywhere with a strop. You'll be there all day.
the only tool I have, you know. I can't afford to, just be bad with it.
So you run it across the strop until you can't feel a burr anymore. So my finger just slides right off. I don't feel any resistance. And then the fingernail across the top. I don't feel any. There's still some denser dings. I'm sorry. There's still some denser dings right in here. It's sharp, but so I don't know if this will paper cut, but it's close. Yeah, it starts
Better than before.
it starts to, but then there's a spot like right in here where it's not sharp yet. And really, this is like what you do when you're watching TV and you're just listening to it. You're not really paying any attention, and you can just get down here.
Mobile games.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, you're not doing it up here. You're doing it on a solid surface where you're able to just kind of really work the thing.
Yeah.
And hold the angles that you need to. You can use your knuckles to hold it up off the table at the right angle and maintain that angle as you go along. And then when you come back, you've got the same angle, see?
Yeah.
See, you're just doing that. You're
See,
flipping.
This is so different than sharpening my fire tools in California Conservation Corps. Like, we never had to do knives. Tools were entirely different.
There's a bazillion YouTube channels dedicated to sharpening knives. I'm not kidding.
And they're all confusing.
They can be, yeah. There's Ricky. I almost said Ricky Tang, which is not somebody. That's from like the Golden Child or something. Let me see if I can find the guy's channel. Perfection.
Perfection. That's awesome.
I don't remember the guy's name. It may not even be Ricky.
Lola,
Yeah.
have
She's
you ever
falling
seen
asleep.
the movie The Wrestler?
No, that sounds familiar. What's it about?
It's about 80s WWF wrestlers. It's like a whole
Oh, God.
bunch of them shoved into one character, who's a lot like the Macho Man Randy Savage,
Randy Savage.
and how their careers get washed up, and it's a brilliant movie, you know. How
Does
they
it
yeah, Mickey Rourke, yeah.
Okay, I know. I was thinking, I was like, Mickey Rourke. Yeah, I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, he's brilliant in it. It's just a really, really good movie. We're actually going to watch it.
Have you guys seen the? I want to say it's called The Iron Sheik, but it may not be The Iron Sheik. It's a wrestling movie, and it's about the Iron Sheik, who was.
Well, he's in The Wrestler, because there's a guy called the Iron Sheik who is the character's main rival, back in the day. And
There is a movie called The Sheik from 2016.
I don't think 2016 might be.
It's on Prime.
If I'm quiet, I was just reading about.
No. Wait, from 2016? That's from 1921.
Once the most outlandish of professional wrestlers, Khosrow Vaziri, the Iron Sheik, now at 72, is the most outrageous personality on Twitter.
Yeah, no, he's that's the show you want to watch. It features a couple of interviews with The Rock.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I was big into wrestling back in the 80s, right?
Oh yeah, same here. I mean, it was our generation, right?
Wrestling Glow was amazing.
I love Glow. I still love Glow. I will watch as many episodes as they'll feed me of that. I actually got to watch Andre the Giant in action.
Against
He
Hulk
came
Hogan.
to our little teeny tiny town, and I gotta tell you,
He
was
a good man.
Massive.
He was a good
His-
man.
His hands, his hands
Yeah.
were like double. Like
Yep.
I've never seen a human being that large in my life.
I would have
like
loved
7'2"
to put my right hand against his, because my right hand is smaller than my left hand. So, I would have loved to have seen what my hand looked like against his.
It would have been teeny tiny. Yeah, your hand probably would have fit in his palm. He was a huge, huge man.
Yeah.
And this was this was in about the mid 80s. So he was already on the way out, physically.
Yeah.
And he still put on a miraculous show. It was him, Dick the Bruiser, Kerry Von Erich, and who was the other wrestler they had there? I can't remember the fourth one, but they did an exhibition match. And oh my God, it was he was my favorite of all of them, because he had to duck down to walk under the freaking door of the gymnasium.
Yep.
He was that freaking big.
Yeah, I remember. I never forget in the mid '80s, when I was in my early teens, and I was actually at Linda and Sid. I was up at Sid's house, so we got to watch the. What was the big show they used to put on once a year? It was they did the Royal Rumble and all that kind of stuff.
The Royal Royale.
Yeah, and the
Something
big
like that.
highlight of there was a whole bunch of big celebrity fights leading up to the main event, and the main
Big
event.
cage match.
Yeah, and it was the big main event. It was Andre the Giant versus Hulk Hogan.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was the one.
And Hulk Hogan actually lifted him over his head. It was amazing.
Which is insane, because that guy, I swear to God,
Yeah.
that guy had to been 300 pounds if he was an ounce. He was
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah.
Huge. No, Crusher Blackwell. That was another wrestler I used to like watching, because he was just so massive. He was like 350. He was just like this big tub of lard.
Yeah.
he would
There were a
crawl up to
couple,
that.
yeah, there were a couple in LA like that were more sumo
Yeah.
than actual wrestlers.
And he would manage to crawl up to that third rope and just fall on his opponents. And it was just
Yeah.
like, I don't care how fake this is. That guy is hurt.
Yeah.
He just had a house dropped on his ass. He's hurt.
Yeah. Is your sister the Wicked Witch?
Dorothy. Toto over here.
I found the channel. It's Ricky Tran.
Yeah, Ricky Tran. That's him.
Yeah.
It was Ricky.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ricky, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Ricky.
Yeah, he does good videos. If you might want to go back, way back in his feed to see some of the more like rudimentary. This is how I sharpen shit.
Yeah.
I've watched so many of his videos. I've probably watched hundreds of his videos. There used to be a guy in Japan, spoke very little English during his videos, but all he did was sharpen knives.
Yeah.
And it was so relaxing just to watch this old guy. Like he was into deer hunting in Japan. Like that's a thing, apparently. Yeah. And that's all he would do is on his channel, he would just sharpen knives all the time. Sharpen. And it was so relaxing just to watch him just go through his process. And he'd do the cut test and he'd sharpen. Okay, different grit, sharpen. It's a whole. Once you develop the feel for the angle of the blade on whatever surface you're sharpening on, at some point you'll be able to feel when you're taking material off and when you're just not doing anything. You'll feel it, and once you develop that, you'll get a lot better instantly. It's like day and night.
We never had to worry about it in the California Conservation Corps. If a knife got dull, we put it in the box.
Yeah.
And the box went away once a month and came back and everything was sharp. But once I went to the Velvet, well, in the Velvet, like, you didn't wash chef's knives. They washed their own knives because if you tried to wash a knife, they'd chop your hand off.
Yeah.
And they sharpened their own knives.
Yeah.
You know? And I understood that after a while. It was, I understood why.
That's the other thing though too. If you've got a knife and you find that you try to sharpen it and it somehow ends up duller, go back and try again. There is a lot of metal on that blade.
I just keep screwing it up and
no, eventually you'll figure out what the feel is that you need to have when you're doing it. It's really just about, having a good surface and then having that rigidity when you're moving the blade, when you're sharpening.
I use a knife too many times in a day to attempt to wait an entire week for somebody to do it for me.
With the blades that you have, you can actually probably get away with this sort of style.
Yeah.
Rather than this. This is a lot harder to do, but it suits a curved blade. If you've got a flat blade like a chef's blade, that the top profile comes over and comes down and the bottom is just flat.
Yeah, I prefer it.
You can very easily get away with this. And this is easy to learn. It's just a matter of the tilt on your blade.
For the angle.
And figuring out what that angle is right here. And there's even like things you can buy out on Amazon that are like little plastic wedges you can clip onto your blade to keep you at that angle. Yeah, you can buy those. They're cheaters, but you can very easily learn. Like you'll know the feel once you get in that groove. You'll know the feel. Somebody making bacon.
Oh God, bacon. Oh, that just reminded me. I have to put Morningstar bacon back on my list because I need bacon and I can't have regular bacon because if I get regular bacon, we're all gonna get like really fat.
Bacon.
I love the
I love the
Morningstar
bacon
though.
though. Like it's very
Yeah.
bacony.
very
Very
bacony.
bacony. Very bacony.
Is that turkey bacon?
Nope.
Nope,
It is
it
veggie
is
bacon.
veggie bacon.
High on
High
salt,
on
low
salt,
on
low
calories.
on calories.
Which is
Which is
fine
fine
for
for
me.
me.
The salt is
I have to
fine
go
as
the
long
other
as
way.
we're exercising. The salt is okay. When I
Yeah, I
stop
gotta go the other way.
exercising, the salt is no longer okay.
I ate like a pound of cheese today.
Oh my goodness, you're
Oh,
not
yeah?
into
Woo!
the
Look, I don't even
I
bring
don't even bring
cheese or milk inside the house
anymore.
Oh, cheese. Yeah, give me more cheese.
I
I
can't
can't
do
do
it.
it.
I love cheese.
Love cheese, but yeah,
It's-
I bring a bag.
protein.
I bring a
I
bag
bring
in
a
and the whole damn snack in the bag. And I can't do it.
Yeah, it's protein and fat. I can do that, but carbs, salt. I'm in that other camp. Maybe I'll have another beer. There's carbs in beer.
Beer is good. You know, beer is good for you. That's right. It you know,
Has
hops.
anybody
hops,
here discovered beer salt?
salt for
Beer
beer
salt.
or salt made out
Beer
of
salt.
beer?
No, beer salt.
Uh,
It's salt that goes into beer.
Oh yes, yes.
Oh, yeah.
That is delicious.
Well, we've had caramel salted stout pork.
No. This is actual.
No, it's
salt.
an actual salt that goes in your beer.
into your beer.
Oh, wow.
It's a salt manufactured for beer.
Yes, I had I still have a friend. His dad is Austrian, and when he drinks beer, there's a salt shaker next to his glass,
Yes.
and it's there so that when he pours his beer, he can.
It doesn't just make the beer salty.
No, it makes it
There are
more
crystals that
bitter and more.
Yeah, there are crystals that remain that attract other flavors to the salt crystals. And it makes it more amazing than ever. It's really hard to get here. Although I'd say this Mexican lager could probably use it. This Three Creeks Mexican lager is actually really beautiful.
Oh, wait, I've seen that here.
It is actually really nice. I like it a lot. But it could probably use some salt.
Yeah, I could.
Oh, we have steak for dinner, don't we?
Ooh.
Okay, it's not beef steak, it's pork steak, but I call it steak because it's
Steak is
I
steak.
sliced it into
It's
steak
pork steak,
shaped
It's
Yeah,
chunks of meat.
chunks of pork shoulder that look like steak, and they have a nice thick fat layer to them, which we can have because
You
it's
know,
pork.
I was thinking about that earlier today. When I was younger, I used to think steak was actually bologna.
Really?
When we lived in Chicago, I was just 6, 7, 8 years old.
Oh,
If we had steak, it was just a slab of bologna fried in a skillet.
oh, okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I-
Because
I-
that's what you can afford for steak.
I found out when I was in the
Or
Marine Corps. It's called ghetto steak.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's called ghetto.
Or those, you have here the bird's eye steak, quote
Yeah.
unquote? Yeah.
Yeah,
those
the ground,
were-
it's
yeah.
ground meat formed into steak patties.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were delicious.
Those are actually called Salisbury steaks.
They are now.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds fancier. It used
Oh,
to just be
no,
bird's
I
eye.
mean,
I know what he's talking about.
Yeah, it was actually named in 1971.
Okay,
came
that's
out in
about this time.
Yeah, 1971. The Sal's company came out with this ground product, and they called it Salisbury steak
Yeah.
because it was steak-shaped meat, and it's kind of, I guess you could call it ghetto steak as well, because
Yeah.
you never quite knew what was in it, but it tasted like meat.
It was
So,
mystery meat.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Oh, Braunschweiger.
Oh, come on, Braunschweiger is, that stuff is fantastic. You spread
yeah.
that stuff on anything.
Get
That's
outta
a
here.
German delicacy, man.
Oh,
No.
it's lovely.
Come
yeah.
on.
Liver.
That is liver
Liver patty.
and gizzards and all kinds of stuff all packed into the same
more.
roll, and it's delicious.
I went through so many years where I wouldn't eat peanut butter. I would get peanut butter in my MREs, and I was like, no, just no, no. I ate peanut butter for so many years, and Colby cheese. I am just now getting to the point in my life where I can enjoy a Colby cheese.
Colby
again.
cheese again. Well, I can actually enjoy oh god, what is it? The beans and franks in those little tins.
Bush.
I can enjoy those things again, but while I was a firefighter, that was all we had in our pack.
What's in the
was
skillet?
the little beans and frank cans, and then you had, like a package of toast or whatever, and then like a package of mushy broccoli that was really disgusting.
Mushy
Like,
wieners.
It
The-
was
the-
not.
What's
It was.
the
They didn't even bother to call it. They didn't bother to buy MREs for us.
what was the mushy wieners? They were like little cocktail hot dogs in a
Libby's.
can.
Oh,
Oh,
God,
yeah.
I love those things. Oh, they're
Linda
delicious.
loves them.
I love those things. Like, I'll wrap them up in pastry, and they're so
Well,
They're
they
so
might be.
good.
You might think they're good now. I got to the point where I still don't think I could eat one. I just
Dude, they're like Taco Bell to me. I can't bring them in the house, so I'll
can
just eat them like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like biscuits to me.
was it
I could just
Bien-
keep eating.
Are those Viennas?
Vienna sausages.
Yeah, with the little cut ends on each end, right?
Yeah. Lola, what's the most ghetto thing you've ever eaten?
Oh, well, when I lived in an apartment for 3.5 years, which was very near a Domino's, and my friend taught me how to dumpster dive. So you want to go right after they close because the pizza's fresh. Make sure it's the one on top because then it's not touching other garbage. Make sure it's not touching any other garbage, and you get a fresh whole pizza.
Yep. That is very
Dumpster
ghetto.
pizza.
That is very ghetto.
Yeah, and I did it.
I did that at least twice in New York.
Okay. I mean, they were wasting it. It was going to waste.
Oh yeah, that used to drive me nuts when I worked at Hardee's. They would take all their burgers and stuff and throw them in the dumpster,
Yeah.
but then they would lock the fence around the damn dumpster so no one could get in there. And I was
See,
like,
now-
why?
That's
Yeah,
a very
that's
smart thing to
stupid,
do.
like,
Now at the end, when I worked at the pizza place in Troy, New York, the guy always said, if I had to work late, he was always, go take these outside, and whoever's outside can get the damn pizza. I don't care who the hell gets the damn pizza.
So nice.
Just go outside. They'll walk up. I swear to you, they won't hurt you. You just walk out, and I'd walk out, and there'd be a couple of guys there. Who wants the pizza? And they'd be like,
There's that New England accent there.
in there, and
Yeah.
And that's what I love about
And
you.
I'd walk back in and he'd go, oh, there's your tip. Go home. I'll see you tomorrow
I
at
kind
2
of
p.m.
when Linda does that accent, I kind of think of my I don't know what she was to me.
Got him.
My mom's great great grandma was from Brooklyn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
for real.
whenever Linda does that, I think of my great 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 grandma.
He was a nice guy, though. I mean, he gave me a job when I couldn't get a job with anybody else.
Mm.
And then after I didn't have a job with him anymore, he still gave me food.
Oh, that's so nice.
And then, like, he was just one of those nice people that, you could sit down in his shop and complain, and all he'd do is listen.
Aw.
Yeah.
Nice.
World needs more people like that. I'll be honest.
I
with
was thinking we need more people like
Yeah,
that. Good
he
people.
just, when people just need somebody to listen, that's where you went. And then when you were done, you went back to your life. And you felt like you'd gotten something off your chest. It was
Yeah.
great. It was great. He was a very nice person. I have no idea if that guy exists today, but man,
I hope so.
I hope so too.
For his children, maybe they picked up the, that attitude. I hope.
I'm not sure. I'm sure any woman would have put up with him.
Oh
Okay, he had some problems.
no. Uh-oh.
Nice guy, but he had some problems.
Oh.
Yeah, all nice
I'm
guys
not
have
sure
issues.
any woman would have put up with the problems he had. I swear he most likely had a cocaine problem. He came in a few too many times, a little too eager to start work.
Oh. Okay.
We were all like, yeah, he's coffee happy, and we're just gonna do what we need to do.
Do our job and try not to
Just
disturb.
don't make eye contact until he calms down.
Yep. Well, he has to have money then. He's not hurting for money if he's able to buy that.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, even in Ireland, we've heard about the cocaine. We've heard about the cocaine problems
It's
in
everywhere.
Ireland.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
everywhere.
it's
you know.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
I got-
people getting shot left, right, and center. It's like Chicago in the 20s in Ireland right now.
Yeah, I think all of Europe kind of
Yeah.
they have a drug ring.
I remember back in the mid '80s, I guess.
Dublin too.
A friend of mine.
Yeah.
He tried cocaine,
Oh.
and the whole time he was, "Don't do nothing for me, man. Don't do nothing for me. I don't feel a thing, man. There's nothing going on. I don't feel that. This doesn't do anything. What? And he just wouldn't stop talking. It was
Oh my
hilarious.
God. Have to knock him out.
Oh, it was hilarious to watch it because he was more of a pothead than anything.
Uh-huh.
So he was used to being mellow. And
Yeah.
as soon as you like stuck that crap in his system, he was just like. But he kept saying it doesn't do nothing for me. Doesn't do
It's
nothing
doing
for me.
something for me.
And I'm like, I think maybe it might have a little effect.
He just
Yeah,
not
a
noticing.
little effect, yeah.
Just a little. Just a little.
It's, yeah, to me, it's just, you know, we all know people who do it, but it turns people into absolute. I know they say the same about alcohol and about marijuana, but
Oh, yeah.
it's not the same. I mean, it turns
I
people
don't
into
need to be on
absolute
fast
psychos.
forward.
No, I don't either. It's just how
I
feel
like
about
being
it.
mellow. I like being
I like my
relaxed.
craft beer and, you know,
Hmm.
that's me.
That's pretty much it for me.
I'm looking forward to actually being able to, get into some pubs again.
That'll be nice.
Yeah.
I miss looking at brewing equipment. Like, big brewing equipment is,
We had a Seven Devils the
That's
other
like-
night. It was amazing.
yeah.
I mean, we gotta send something out on site because it was really. I was surprised. I was like, oh, this is just gonna be,
No. Like
But no, it
Seven
wasn't.
Devils has
It
been
was-
around for a while.
Yeah, it
would
was
be really nice
really
to get
good.
in there and really have a good interview, and I've been avoiding it. So I originally avoided it because I wanted us to be settled in before we went over there, and then freaking coronavirus hit, and I was like, oh, I can't go in there.
Yeah.
We have to wait until this crap is over.
How am I gonna?
Brewing
There's
is
nobody's jitsi. I mean,
well,
Yeah.
yeah, but it's not quite the same as going
I
in
know.
and photos of the place where they brew the beer.
I know.
Being able to
It's,
talk to the servers and the bartenders, and
I think the world just needs to get used to it's not ever going to be quite the same again, at least for another 2 to 5 years.
yeah, because there's
Ignore that.
inoculations are not going to occur for quite a while.
Well, and even when they do, there's going to be some people that may not be able to take the inoculation. There may be some people that,
And that's supposed to be herd immunity. But
yeah.
there's going to be a lot of people who don't take it because, oh my God, immunization.
I don't want to put anything in my body.
Well, there's an extra stigma too, though. It's like it got pushed through so fast that I don't trust it. There's not going to be a lot of trust in this one.
Better than nothing. I would at least try. Somebody joined. Who joined? Oh, hey, Cherry.
Yeah. So you can
There
actually
he is.
see me now.
There you go. Yeah.
He's here twice.
Oh,
You might want to mute one of you.
Well,
Yeah, mute one of your fellow gypsies.
He muted one and then he froze.
Oh no.
trying to get the camera on.
So you see the popcorn machine in the background. We're even trying to go easy in that.
Oh, okay.
No, popcorn to me is
There we
it's
go.
like salad.
Oh, there you
I don't
are.
even count it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
it's-
you can see the amount of seltzers in the background. That
Yeah,
we're
it's
drinking
the
with
Lord of the
vodka.
Rings podcast all over again, right?
Yeah.
This is that angle.
There we go. Yeah. So I have two cameras on. One of them I don't have access to right now because OBS has it, and this second one I set up to the laptop, which is right there.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, you have
But I'm
two,
using the
two
microphone on my
cameras
main
up.
computer, so yeah. It's kinda
Not confusing at all.
not confusing
Not
Not
at
at all.
He's got one connection for audio, one connection for video.
Yeah.
God help us if you have to type a text.
That's what his phone is for.
Yeah. I half typed the text on the phone, half on the Fire tablet, and
So-
maybe another bit.
Yeah, we've been enjoying the Wind in the Willows on our server. He's been remastering the Wind in the Willows. It's awesome. So
Did-
peaceful.
Did I see something somewhere where you guys were making your own seltzer?
Yeah.
So all those bottles behind him, those are seltzer bottles, and then we just fill it up with vodka, and we have about what is it 4.5 to 4.7%.
If we do it
Wait, you
properly, it's
fill
like
it with
5%.
vodka and you
It's the
think
same
it's
as-
4%?
It's like a shot. It's like a shot of vodka, and we fill it up with a bottle of seltzer.
If it works, it works.
Oh, so you're alcoholizing your
Mhm.
regular seltzer. Okay.
Well,
You know,
these
that's kinda
these
what
are
I
what
do.
Linda uses as mixers, right? So this is for the vodka. She fills this
Okay.
up with vodka, and this is for the salsa.
Okay.
Okay. I can get behind that. Yeah.
And this is for when I run out of seltzer.
Ooh, I bet that tastes really good.
I have this in the evening with a cup of tea when I'm
Actually,
when I'm done with the
reminds me.
seltzer. I'm like, make me a hot cup of tea, and then I just like,
Aw.
Glug, 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 glug. How many glug?
well, usually one per cup.
One glug per cup? Oh, no.
One per cup.
Man. Rationing.
Yeah, it's but I have, tomorrow's first, so I have to use this while I think it's a legal requirement.
Yeah, you
Oh,
look.
yeah, you have to clear your back sock before you can order more.
We
Yeah.
have
Familiar with that.
We have a bottle of vodka we bought today. We have to use that before tomorrow. Otherwise, when we go to the liquor store to buy more, they'll go, sorry, you
It'll
haven't
be
met
out
your
of date.
requirement. It'll be out of date. It won't be good anymore. Oh, there's our
Serrano.
Serrano. Yeah, our little bottle of Serrano in the freezer. I want to get a bottle of the Four Spirits cucumber gin next month. I love that stuff. It's delicious. Then I can have a nice cucumber gin and tonic.
I heard a horrendous story about genetic engineering in cucumbers.
Is it as bad as my planting in plastic boxes?
I don't know. Are you familiar with nuclear gardening?
A little bit.
So apparently, well, the whole reason we have ruby red grapefruit is due to nuclear gardening, where you take a small pill of cesium and you put it in a little post you can lower down into the ground and raise up above the ground, and they plant plants around this little highly radioactive source.
You plant 5 baby grapefruits around it.
Yeah, and then you raise it up and irradiate it, and then just see what happens. Grapefruits with arms, or craziness like that. Apparently, there was one of those experiments gone wrong with a cucumber, and it actually made a poisonous cucumber. Potatoes too. They had poisonous
Now
potatoes.
Potatoes I could believe, but cucumbers?
Yeah, they managed to make a poisonous cucumber.
Cucumber. That is
Bad
scary.
things happen, and see, this is why I don't understand the whole GMO thing, right? Because when you're genetically modified, when you're going in and precision striking a single genome to make one change in a plant, you know what's going to happen. It's one change. When you irradiate it, it's like thousands of different changes.
Yeah. Yep.
None of which you have any control over, all completely random. Sometimes good, sometimes bad.
Yep.
And I don't understand why nuclear gardening is completely unregulated, perfectly legal, don't have to label the product.
Okay, but here's the thing: is that the nuclear material itself is regulated.
Yeah, so
That's why they don't regulate the gardening, because the nuclear material itself is regulated. They assume you can't get the nuclear material.
But here's my point. My point is the lovely red grapefruits we all enjoy as ruby red grapefruits are a product of nuclear gardening.
Which
Right
are not
now,
actually nuclear.
nuclear gardening. Right.
Yes, they're a product of it, but they are not actually nuclear.
No, they're
not radioactive
No.
freaking fruits.
No. The point I'm making is there have been probably thousands of changes to the genome of that grapefruit
Yes.
to produce that color, along with some other things we may not know about. Right now, you could go in to a genome of, like, we have the technology where you can cut in that red color, literally that red color, into the genome of the grapefruit, single gene, place it here, boom, red grapefruit.
Yeah, but
only
here's
one
the thing,
change.
They don't know that people don't realize that ruby grapefruits have occurred because of nuclear gardening. People don't realize nuclear gardening is occurring.
But
It's not a well documented thing.
it's right here. I have it right here. Okay. See this?
Yes.
You've probably used it, right?
Every once in a while.
IBA. So it contains I can't read it in this light level. NO3-butyric acid, IBA.
Yeah, and who in the common world knows what that means?
It's a hormone. It's a
Yeah.
plant hormone.
Exactly.
And what it does is it tells the cells in a plant, make roots. That's what it does. This is what I find inherently interesting about this. And if I can find the actual verbiage here, turn the damn light on.
That might be a good idea.
Safety, environmental hazards, It's a violation of federal law to use this product in any manner inconsistent with labeling. That's standard, blah, blah, blah. Do not use on plants that are to be used for food or feed.
Okay, that's a California crap thing.
You know why that's on there? The only reason that's on there, the only reason it's on there is GMO laws.
Yes.
Because you are sending a hormonal signal to a plant to produce roots in a place that may not normally produce roots. You're genetically engineering that plant. So you remember my lemon tree out back, right? I got lots of shoots coming up. Right now, what is it called?
One of those shoots that you're going to cut off and dip in the rooting powder and send to me, right?
I will if you want one. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, that thing makes some freaking massive lemons. It's sick what it does, and that's not genetically modified. It just does that on its own. But I'm trying to air root some of the shoots, so you basically shave off some bark. You damage a certain part of a shoot.
I have no internet. It's just my internet.
And she's frozen.
Did you update yesterday?
Whatever is responsible for my internet connection is no.
She's
Yesterday?
She doesn't have the same internet connection as Che. She has a different internet connection. Now we have 2 Lindas and 2 Che's. What the hell, Lola? We're outnumbered.
Now you have to repeat yourself 4 times.
It's the story of a lovely lady.
Thank you. Oh, look at that spice being so wonderful. I love it.
So what I'm doing is I shaved off a little bit of bark around a shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Coated it in IBA.
Yes, which is taught in every single soil and crop science class ever.
Right, but the federal government says I should not.
It should not do it for food or feed. Yes. Because
it would be a GMO.
Yes.
But I'm doing it, and I'm going to poison myself with my own lemons. And then you just wrap it with, a damp towel or some sphagnum moss or whatever until the plant gets the signal to make roots, and then it'll produce roots. You cut it off below there, you stick it in the ground, and voila, you've got a clone of the mother plant.
Yep.
That's what I'm doing with this. But I found this. I read that. I've had this thing for maybe 3 or 4 years. And it always creeped me out that it said that, because I'm one of those guys. I'm that guy. I read the label. And it said not for food or feed. And I'm like, why is this not for food or feed? But it doesn't explain why.
Isn't this product? We don't know.
Yeah, it didn't explain why. And it wasn't until just the other day when I was watching a live stream on YouTube about guerrilla gardening, where they kind of went into this rooting powder and explained how it works. And then it dawned on me, the whole reason for that is GMO stupidity.
So, hi. Do you do guerrilla gardening?
I will never confirm nor deny that. I may spread my seed elsewhere.
Have you ever done it, Lola?
What?
Have you ever done guerrilla gardening?
No, I don't do any gardening.
I don't know what a seed bomb is.
No idea. No idea. Oh, I love guerrilla gardening.
I will tell you, one of the things that's in my Amazon basket right now is a grafting tool. They make a wonderful grafting tool that cuts a like a puzzle piece wedge
Yeah.
in a shaft of a plant, so that you can slide it into another plant.
Okay, the best grafting tool I ever had.
Uh, me was a razor blade. It was
The best one I ever had was
razor blade.
a carpet knife.
Oh, yeah, with the little hook.
Yeah. That was the best one I did nearly
'Cause you could-
three I did nearly 3,000 almond trees.
But how do you make the female end of that?
It was you just separate it.
Huh.
Put it in the bucket. On the next branch. Next branch. Because it has a good size handle and you can control the cut all the way down.
Let me see if I can find the.
It's very easy. Poor Lola. What are you looking at, Lola? She's got this very.
Policeman.
I
Well,
want the YouTube video. I don't want a YouTube video.
Wait, Lola. What?
well, I mean, this is real. This happened. A mounted policeman just ran over this very thin young woman. Just ran right over her, and she got trampled to the ground.
What?
That was in
Ah.
Houston.
Wait, where?
In Houston,
They had
that was-
mounted police in Houston?
apparently. And one just trampled right over her. I mean, she was right in front, and he just went right over, and she went down on the ground.
Lola, you got to stop watching the news.
Well, we need to
No,
know.
yeah, no.
This is the
Go.
Mad
Video
Badger
captures. Video captures moment police force knocks down woman during Houston rally.
Wow, that is.
Insane.
During a Justice for George protest.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I read a police officer was shot here.
And that, okay, that officer should be fired, arrested, and charged tonight.
Should be
Tonight.
arrested at the very freaking least.
Yeah.
Well, you actually have to fire them before you can arrest them.
Okay.
No. Why? Why would you have to fire them?
That is almost every single police force ever. Almost every single police force across the United
I mean-
States. You have to fire somebody before you can arrest them for a crime.
So you can't arrest an acting officer, I guess?
No, you can't arrest an acting officer.
Okay, but
Because-
why is that? Why is that? Why
Because-
do police officers have a privilege above average citizens?
Exactly. Why? Because it makes the entire police force look bad, so they can point out, oh no, it's not a systemic problem, it's only this one bad individual.
It puts them above the law.
No, this is not a single individual. This is not just a few individuals. This is a systemic problem throughout police forces in the United States.
And we're seeing it now. I mean,
Exactly.
it's glaring now because people are videoing, but we didn't see it before. It was there, but we didn't see it.
All these people, that is why we need consequences for every death that happens.
Okay, it's not just.
Some kind of consequence needs to happen immediately.
It's not just. See, this is where I have to draw a line. It's not just every death that happens. It's every incident.
There
We
needs to be a
can't let
watch.
it get to the point where people die.
There needs to be a watchdog.
Yeah, and there
Somebody
is
needs
none.
to be
There's none.
Somebody needs to be watching over the shoulder because the police cannot be trusted.
Well, it's supposed to be internal affairs, but internal affairs is busy with other stupidity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you see the video where an officer opened fire on a Louisville anchor today? Now huh?
Oh no, go ahead.
It turned out to be rubber bullets, but still, the person like turned to the anchor and just went at the anchor at the camera. I mean, at the camera. It was insane. It's like something out of a apocalypse movie.
Our world's kind of gone south. Like,
Like,
You
You
Did you-
come out. We come out with these wonderful things like like being able to get people back into space with SpaceX, but we can't trust our police to be
people.
the community service that they were intended to be in the first place. They were supposed to be community
They're
service.
supposed
people.
to protect and serve.
Yeah, they weren't. They weren't supposed to be just law enforcement, and that's all they are now. They have this power that they shouldn't have.
I put the link in our Discord chat for what happened with Louisville. It's still shocking. When I saw that, I was like,
Yeah.
And they're still dealing with, the stuff from the EMS woman who was killed. It's just insane.
The world we
I
live
saw.
in.
We saw one. I saw one person with a sign. What did her sign say? Justice for George.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was about all we saw. But people honked as they went by.
That's good.
So obviously there are people in our area who understand what's going on, and yeah, we don't want that crap to happen.
Oh, there was a guy I followed. He's fallen to YouTube now that G Plus is gone. But Zach, can't think of his last name. It
I was
was
about to say Novak, but Novak is driving.
no, it's like Zach Ewing or Zach. I can't think of his last
That sounds
name.
very familiar.
He was on G Plus. He used to do the alley walks where he would just walk through an alley and take pictures of
Yes.
random textures and stuff with his iPhone. He was homeless
was
for
the-
a while.
He was the one who actually got me taking phone photos
Yeah.
of, like bricks and
Yeah.
posts and things like that.
Because they're interesting, right?
Yeah.
But so yeah, he took a video of downtown Chicago last night and the protests that are going on in Chicago for this whole George Floyd thing, and I don't. It's crazy to think that I live in this world that all this is going on right now, in the midst of all this that's going on right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like a saga inside of a saga inside of a saga inside of a saga, and it's at some point I get a little tired of staring into the abyss because it just keeps getting darker and freaking darker and darker.
Well,
Ugh.
it does get darker, and then there are points of light. Like when we have a president like President Obama, it seems to get a little lighter. And then with a president like President Trump, it seems like we're digging a hole we can never get out of.
I don't know if I don't know.
There are many people in our United States which think progressively, which want justice for people who are being downtrodden, which want everybody to be equal.
It's not justice for people that are downtrodden. It's justice for all. It's in the blurb. Literally, it should be justice for all.
Yes,
We the people.
But here's the thing: is that all in the 1% already have their own justice.
I know, and that's wrong.
The people who are down here, way below me, they have nothing.
Yeah.
They have absolutely nothing. They don't even have the right to exist, which is where George Floyd was. He didn't even have the right to survive. That kills me. This man, whatever he did, he still had the right to survive.
I still don't know what he was going to be charged with or why he was being
No,
arrested. And you
no,
know what? I frankly don't even care.
doesn't matter. He did not deserve to be treated like a piece of meat that we were gonna fucking eat.
We treat meat better than that, for God's
Yes.
sakes.
We don't kneel on a cow's neck until it is absolutely terrified and screaming for mom before we shoot it in the head.
The most telling thing I read today, and like I said, I try to stay away from most of this, but the most telling thing I read was something on Twitter where it was the coroner's report saying that he had coronary artery disease and he had heart problems, so he didn't die of asphyxiation.
Yeah.
He died of complications due to his own health.
That's
And
what I was trying to talk about before in the
Yeah.
last show. They're trying to make it sound like he didn't die from the officer's actions.
the
If
tweet,
they try to import that, I will be so pissed.
but
And
the tweet,
that's why those officers are going to get off. I guarantee
I'm
those
afraid of.
officers will not.
With that.
Yeah, those officers won't be charged and tried. They never make it past the grand jury stage.
the tweet to that was so succinct though, because I don't know the user that tweeted this, but the tweet was so succinct because it was, so they're trying to blame the victim
Yep.
for not being healthy enough to be able to be strangled for 9 minutes. And I was like, you nailed that right on the freaking head.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what he had for an underlying health condition. It doesn't matter. You strangled that man for 9 friggin' minutes.
9 minutes. Yeah.
Or
Casually.
nearly 9 minutes to be nitpicky.
Casually.
But
that man never even freaking thought about lifting his knee off a human being who was crying for assistance.
he was crying for his mother at one point.
Exactly. That was when he was close to death because he knew it was coming. Nobody deserves to be treated like that. Not a single person.
You know what I think about? I think about how George Floyd woke up that morning and he probably wasn't thinking, I'm going to die today.
I'm gonna die. Yeah, right. He was just going about his damn day. I don't, and I don't. Again, I don't know what he was arrested for. I don't know what he was charged with, or what they plan to charge him with.
I
But
heard
it doesn't matter. Even if he's going out to commit grand larceny, it doesn't matter.
that's not a death sentence. Offense.
No. Yeah, whatever he did, he had already been controlled. There was no reason that officer had to put his knee in the man's neck other than white privilege over a black man.
This is why I stopped watching sports. I really don't want to talk about this anyway. It's pissing me off more.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I'll be back in a minute or two.
I don't know. I feel like we have to talk about it because
Time like 20 minutes, but
it's happening. I feel like we have to talk about it because it's happening, and I'm lucky enough where I'm staying home. I'm not going anywhere today, and I feel like if I'm not going to be there, I at least need to talk about it.
Yeah, you know what? A white police officer is never going to put their knee into my neck.
Probably not, but I mean, they might. Huh? They might try.
My privilege is to say to those who don't understand that action was fucking wrong.
Yeah.
That's my privilege, is to say it, and especially as as oh, he went.
Oh, he went. Yeah, he's taking a potty break.
He took a minute.
That's what that streaming water is. Okay.
He turned his sound off this time. But he'll never live that down.
I'll
Honestly,
never live that down.
never. I can still hear it too.
But my privilege is to be able to say that, especially as and I've heard that, you know, moms, you make your voices heard. As a mom, yeah, I wouldn't want my kids treated like that.
God no.
I don't
No.
treated. I don't want anybody treated like that.
Well,
I'm lucky that I live in an area where people are not treated like that.
and that's good. Yeah. Very
Here
peaceful
in
area.
the area George Floyd lived in needs some fucking work.
And I didn't realize Minneapolis was that bad. When I think about Minneapolis, I think of Minnesota and I think of them being nice because they're so close to Canada. I think just nice and snow.
Here's the thing. It's not even as bad as some other areas, Lola,
That's true.
because they actually do prosecute officers on a fairly regular basis for doing shit like that.
Good.
In other areas, they don't prosecute them at all.
Well,
Have you heard of the last police officer in Alabama to be prosecuted for abusing a black human being?
I don't know.
Nope.
well, the
Because-
fact that they have to prosecute them on a regular basis is not a good sign. That means that they have a
Have a problem.
serious societal problem.
You do.
You know.
The fact that this is happening.
Yeah.
And the officers in Minneapolis, they had a lot of citations. One had like 18 citations against
Yep.
them. And another one had caused a lawsuit, and the city had to pay out like $25,000 or something because of something he did. So I don't understand why they weren't fired before.
But here's the thing, they're still a police officer, aren't they?
Well, they're fired. So I don't think they're a police officer, right?
Well,
No,
I mean,
they're not.
there
There
are
police
police officers. There are police officers in LA that have caused lawsuits. Still police officers.
Well, yeah, and that's what I meant about these
Yeah.
men in Minneapolis. One of them had caused a lawsuit before.
Yeah.
And
And he was still, he remained a police officer until the George Floyd incident. What?
I don't get it.
What? Why?
And what if this hadn't been videotaped? I mean, imagine. I mean, if
Yeah,
we
it
actually
had
did
to be
this video.
So people who watch this stuff all the time and then say this is what happened,
Mhm.
it's like it never happened.
I know, but now we can see it.
Yes.
I encourage people to video things. If you see something, that's the only way it can be proved.
It does take bravery, but the
Yeah.
challenging the status quo is the only way we're going to get justice for, as I would like to say, everyone.
We have to be brave. I like to believe if I'd been there, I would have jumped in because I am just foolhardy enough to do something like that. I like to believe I would. I mean, I don't really know what I would do.
Well, okay, so it is very hard to jump in against a police officer that is
That's a
armed.
good point. I probably would just get
Okay,
cast aside.
he's got a weapon, he's trained,
That's true.
and he will use it.
That's
I guarantee you, I was trained to do it. When you carry a weapon, you are trained, whether you're military or civilian, you go through training that says, if you have a weapon, you have to be willing to use it. You're encouraged to use it in specific situations, especially where you're messed with. It's terrible, but that's the way they're trained. You try to interfere in an arrest situation, and they will use their weapon against you. And everybody there knew that was what was going to happen.
So I would have been killed.
If you had messed with the officer, you would have been killed. The second you had been killed, SWAT would have showed up and killed everybody.
Holy shit.
So it wouldn't have mattered that you had interfered for one human being because everybody would have been at fault.
That's a problem.
That's a big problem. That's not a place to say it.
That is how succession of power goes. You have a police officer that has unlimited power. They are told they have unlimited power in these situations. Nobody's going to mess with them because they know it's useless to mess with them in these situations. It's either one person dies, they go off and protest, or it's everybody dies, everybody gets blamed, and the police are still, told that they're blameless.
But is it like that in every state? I mean,
It is like that in almost every single state. We have some protections here in Oregon. There are some protections in California, some protections in Washington. A few other states. New York has had its power cut down just a little bit. They can
well, yeah, after the 70s and 80s,
Yeah, they can't do the stop and frisk anymore.
Thank God, that's horrible.
But come on. Police officers are no longer community service individuals. They are law enforcement. And we need to get away from this crap. These
It would help if we got back to the days where we actually had, cops on the beat.
they need to be the people that come from, they need to be the people that come from this community and are community service. They need to be, these are the people that you look to help solve your problems.
Yeah, that's the way it should be, but people are terrified.
People are too terrified of police now. It's terrible. They need to have authority. They need to have a civilian authority over them that looks over their shoulders. They need to have consequences, and I think it's going to be a long time before that actually happens. Yeah, at the state level, it's still going to be a long time before they actually make those necessary changes. It's disgusting. It's disgusting the way people of color or any minority gets treated in our United States.
Yeah.
I used to think we were past this. I mean, it's been a long time since I thought that, but I used to think we were past this, but we're not.
In the 1980s, when I had just barely come through high school, I thought we were past it too because I didn't see it.
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it until YouTube started up and people started taking videos of it occurring in other places other than where I lived. And then all of a sudden I realized, oh my God, racism still exists, and it's terrible.
It's not just America gets blamed for it, which is very unfair. It's not just America. It's everywhere. It's right across Europe too.
Oh yeah. Oh, right.
I'm gonna go get something to drink too. I'll be right back.
So I'm really looking forward to first time in 30 years watching Ulysses 31. Ulysses
And I'm back.
31.
Oh.
Back. Yeah. I can't wait for you to watch Ulysses 31.
I started it, but I'll be honest, the opening credits were so friggin' long. Like that theme song was like 2 minutes in, and I was like, okay, I gotta go deal with other crap.
But when you get time,
No, it's I've got the tab open on my browser.
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting, you know. That
Did
was
you
like
try
a
to
It was
mainstay from when I was a kid.
it was an interesting conversation. I was listening the whole time, and Lola nailed it. I was tinkling,
Yeah.
uh, and so was the dog. So, but you
Yeah.
all missed that. That's good. I did my job.
Is that what
Um,
that waterfall was?
It was the dog, not
it was the
you.
dog. It was totally the dog. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Damn
So,
But
dog.
so Shay, did you try the Mexican lager yet?
Yeah, it's delicious. It's really good.
I really feel like as a country we need to get back to our constitution. We need to get
Yeah.
back to we the people, not we the corporations or we the special
But
interests or we
Yeah.
the
but that's very
like
difficult because it's being twisted by both sides
yeah.
of politics, you know.
Well, and it's particularly hard because Congress sets the rules for Congress. I mean, if Congress wants to give Congress a $1,000 raise, they just go give
they
themselves
just
a
do it.
raise.
But that's the same everywhere, you know, even in the
It
parliamentary
shouldn't be
system.
that way. It
Yeah.
shouldn't be that way. And my only recourse that I can think of, in the book of laws for the American public is to go out and vote. Go out and vote
Yeah.
your conscience.
Yep.
Vote for
Yeah.
what you think is right in this country.
Yeah,
Let
you don't like your
But-
representative.
let
You don't
them
like
go.
your
Yeah,
you
yeah.
go out there and tell them to GTFO.
Yeah.
But we have, but say we have a neighbour, right? Who Linda's talked to, and who is for, you know, universal health care, you know, taking care of mentally ill people,
Yep.
you know, all this kind of stuff, right?
I'm
Because,
down with
like,
that.
He's in his 80s, right? I mean, this was the norm in America when he was growing up in the like 40s and 50s, because he did have those things. And yet, when Linda said,
Someone's
well,
got
who do you
chips.
vote for? Trump. Because in his head, the Republican Party
Republican
is
Party
still
is still,
the Republican Party of Eisenhower.
yeah.
Yeah.
And they're not,
More.
you know?
It's not Eisenhower and Kennedy anymore, boys.
No.
They're They
gone.
flipped.
They flipped, you know?
Yeah.
it's time for a new hope.
Yeah.
The Republican Party has become the Imperials.
Yeah,
You know, it's
Oh.
yeah.
I just watched the last Star Wars movie.
There.
Yeah.
We could.
God, it's amazing how she can just like pull in Doritos.
Yeah.
From,
You know, we could redo Star Wars with current day.
It's amazing how Lola, like, just sucks in air and a Dorito goes into her mouth. You notice the way she doesn't even have to use her hands? It's incredible.
and she's got the Pizza Hut logo over the top.
Yeah.
Wait. Are you getting Pizza Hut sponsorship, dude? Oh, that is totally
Oh,
not
it's
fair.
totally getting Pizza Hut sponsorship there.
They let me go to the dumpster. The gate to the dumpster. That's my payment.
Dumpster gate.
Oh God, I'm tired of the gates. I spent 2 weeks trying to figure out Obamagate, and the best I could find was
Nothing there.
I don't know if it was God, who was it? John Oliver, maybe? I don't know. There was a video. It was either John Oliver or Trevor Noah that had a video out on what Obamagate might have been about.
Oh yeah, Trevor Noah talked about shit constantly.
It was hilarious though. It's in all of this, and I don't know if I mentioned it in our chat, but I definitely mentioned it to one of my friends when we were chit-chatting over text. The best thing I think for this country right now is for Joe Biden to drop Elizabeth Warren and say, you know what? I'm going to pick up Barack Obama as my vice president. just
Yeah.
to see the
every,
look on the Cheeto's face.
Oh yeah.
Here's
every
that.
single, I can guarantee you almost every single progressive person in America would go, okay, fuck the female VP. We would take Barack Obama as a VP.
That would be a
I,
in history.
I just want to
That's
see.
okay.
I just want to see Trump's reaction.
Yeah, pick anybody else, we're gonna whip your ass. Pick
What would be his
Obama, and we're gonna say it's all good.
He'd be vice president or vice president.
I don't know if that's even legal.
Legal though?
I don't know if it's legal either, but it would be so funny just to see Trump's reaction.
Yeah.
I just know he would just lose it. Like his
Always-
thumbs would be sore from the
We
tweets.
we actually watched for the first time ever, you know, an entire Trump speech earlier on.
Oh
we were
God,
watching-
I'm so sorry.
We were watching NASA TV.
Um,
I
ruined it,
He's-
didn't
he's so un-American. From my perspective, so un-American, it is unbelievable.
he? No.
It's all nationalistic rhetoric, you know?
Me.
And that's not America.
I did this.
You know, that's
And he's insisting that Americans, only Americans, are going to go to the moon. And Americans, only Americans, are going to go to Mars. What are you out of your mind?
that's not
do this
what America stands for. That's not what the veterans of World War II fought
No.
for, you know? America was always a very open country, you know?
How the hell?
That's how you grew huge. You brought in the best of the best from everywhere, you know?
It was a Russian female computer scientist that wrote the basic program that SpaceX used to create the docking program for the capsule to the ISS.
And I did the simulator. The simulator's friggin' hard. It took me like 5
Yeah.
tries to get in there.
That's what they were saying on the broadcast. Even the engineers, the NASA engineers, like, yeah, I failed about 5 times.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I could not do it. Did you actually manage to do it?
after 5 tries, it took me 5 tries.
I
Like complete resets, and the genius of the reset is it puts you in an orbit that is even worse than the one you had before. so you have to
that you
improve.
learned your lesson.
Yeah, you have to improve like dramatically each step of the way of trying to like my biggest problem was I mean I know the difference between pitch and yaw and translation but I couldn't
Yeah.
translate what I know to what their interface was.
That's why I had to laugh when somebody asked a question in the media event. Can the pilots do the pilots want to do a manual docking?
No,
No.
fuck no, they don't. They don't want to be responsible for that. Hell no.
But they have to test it for emergencies.
Yeah, they have to know how to do it just in case, but
Yeah.
they don't want to. They don't want to resort to. I've got to do this thing.
Just in case the computer just goes.
It's like having a computer that will automatically give your patient an enema. You know, you don't want to do it manually. If you have to, you know how to,
Yeah.
but you don't want to. Under no circumstances do you want to.
Hello, Dave. Yes.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, Dave.
You're seeming constipated today, Dave.
We will not be doing this manually today, Dave.
Echo, stop, please.
Yes, Echo, stop. Stop, Echo.
It is
Echo, order more jelly beans.
Gin, please. It is far more impressive to watch Crew Dragon do it all itself.
And I gotta say, to the thing that I was most impressed with, and this is very like top level, no one cares about this crap. It looked like a real spaceship. Like there were screens and there were like they had these like fancy chairs they're sitting
It's
in.
all It's all the sci-fi.
It
dream.
wasn't-
Did you see the original, the unmanned crew dragon?
No.
Okay, now if
But I
you
do
see
remember
that,
what it looked like from inside the space shuttle, and I was like, oh my god, that's a hunk of junk. They're flying that thing into orbit? Oh my god. How does that get up there?
So they showed inside Crew Dragon like almost the entire way, except when they lost, signal a couple of times. And they showed the space inside. Okay, there is enough space inside Crew Dragon for 7 astronauts to get out, undress, redress, and get back into the seat.
Yeah, it's not the little tiny space that you had within the space shuttle with the analog gauges that they had and the clicky.
Oh my heaven!
Yeah. Do you remember military days? Do you remember the little like odometer counters?
Yeah.
That were very prevalent, and the analog gauges that were all like round, and
Yes.
there was none of that. This it was all screen.
No, like
It was all computer.
They're gloves.
Yeah.
Unlike the gloves that we get, like, use your phone screen with these gloves. No, that crap doesn't work. Their gloves worked. They touched something and it just went boop.
Yeah.
Selected. Boop. Selected. Like, it worked. Like, I was like, oh, I want those gloves. They look great.
Well, their spacesuits didn't look like spacesuits. They looked like clothes.
They do.
Like we're like on our way to Star Trek Next Generation.
Oh, not even that. I mean, way before that, I said this to Linda. I mean, when you see them getting out of the Tesla, an electric car, which is incredible.
Yeah.
And
Company bump.
and they're in that suit. It looked like a 1960s sci-fi. You know? It really did. Like, I mean, think of
These are not deep spaces.
The only thing that will really tickle my bellows, like my bellows.
Yeah.
The only thing that's really going to tickle me at this point is that they fly their goddamn ship out to that car they got flying around out in space right now.
God.
Yeah.
Get in the seat and drive that motherfucker back to Earth. I'm down.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Nobody
It's it's totally stupid, but oh my god, I don't know if how familiar you are with Heavy Metal the movie, but the opening scene of Heavy Metal the movie was a Corvette, I believe, in space, making a landing on Earth, and I was just like, that's the thing right there. If you can make that moment happen, if you can make that son of a gun come down.
What was that James Bond movie where they had the rocket went up and it opened up like a Jaws, and it ate the satellites and then landed
Moonraker.
back there.
Moonraker.
Yeah, landed back there. Maybe they can do that with it.
Ah.
That'd be cool.
And I kind of feel like Elon Musk is kind of like puppeteering some of this. He's trying to make a story.
Elon Musk is waiting. He is waiting. He is attempting to be patient for his moment in the sunlight is not now.
Are you kidding?
No.
Oh, his
I
move is
lied.
in the future.
Is when his vehicle gets Mars.
He started.
Elon Musk understands marketing, and he understands human beings more than anybody else. That's why we had the Tesla in space.
Let's think about though Elon Musk. He started with PayPal.
Mm-hmm.
That was his first thing.
Yeah.
From there, he went to electric cars, solar panels, and space.
Yeah.
Everything in all those directions he had to learn. He had to learn how to make like he basically built Boeing
Yeah.
in his company from nothing.
So just to let people know about the police horse
Oh
thing,
shit.
civilians have taken the horses.
I'm
They are currently riding them through the street.
sorry.
Is that in
I
Houston?
shouldn't be laughing.
Well, that's.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
that
well,
to me is very American. You know, that's.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's definitely something
Yeah.
an American would do.
Yeah.
There are videos, yeah, there are videos now, not just in Houston, in Chicago, in New York.
Wow.
They are taking the police horses and taking them from.
And this is why I love the American spirit, because fuck you, we're gonna do something you didn't expect.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean,
American,
they're not abusing these horses.
No.
They're just riding them through the streets on joyrides.
Yeah.
I don't
They
know.
obviously know how to ride a horse. They used to ride
That's-
around horses.
Yeah, that's what American would do.
Yeah.
I hope they were teaching them.
There's interestingly, we listened to the podcast Stand, right?
Yeah.
And Eamon Dunphy is, very perplexed at the moment from a European or an Irish standpoint as to why in the UK they've basically elected their version of Trump, a bumble bottom, right?
A bumblebot. Wow, that's
a good
your name on Twitch.
Yeah.
Better
Yeah.
be careful.
Yeah,
Linda,
But
did
that's-
you marry a bumblebottom?
yeah. But he's like, this
She's
guy
looking at
has,
you like,
this guy is, Eamon Dunphy has, a 50-year career as a journalist. He's old school, right? Old school journalism. And he's like, why aren't we listening to educated people?
we don't.
What's going on? We seem to be obsessed with, glamour headlines and, all this kind of stuff. And that's the modern world, And from a positive point, and it's hard to find it, Elon Musk understands that. And he plays on that. But for positives and not negatives. Like Trump does the same, but Trump is all negative. Whereas Elon is positive, Let's use this to push humanity forward,
Yeah. And this is why I say Elon's moment in the sun is not now.
Yeah.
He is.
Close.
This is a good moment for Elon Musk. His shining moment that he is waiting for is the moment that his vehicle lands on Mars with people. And then he has come to his raison d'etre. He's come to the moment when these are people that I have transported my people to another planet where they are going to launch humanity into the rest of the universe. That's what he wants. That will be his shining moment. He knows that Mars is like his limitation. Somebody else is going to come along behind him, and they are going to go, we're going to go into the rest of the universe, and we're going to use Elon Musk's vision and determination, and we're going to go out there, and we're going to go to another planet. But right now, Elon Musk really wants to get to fucking Mars. That's where he wants to get.
Because in his head he understands that all the history, all the cultural differences, all the so-called racial differences which really don't exist, it's all meaningless.
Yep.
If a comet hits us tomorrow, that's it, we're done.
Yep.
it's all over, you know.
But if we have colonies on other planets, humanity will survive.
Yeah, and that's his mindset. That's what he's thinking about, you know.
Well, that's the Stephen Hawking.
Yeah.
He told us to get the fuck off this planet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
But Stephen Hawking didn't have trillions of dollars behind him to be able
no,
to
but
develop, you know, this
but
wonderful.
he had an incredible mind.
He did. He inspired us, you know.
And to make that leap to the point where we got to get out of here. We got to get out of this place. If it's the last thing I ever do,
But I can
we gotta get out of this
But I
place.
can guarantee you, SpaceX was around before fucking Trump, and Trump did not
No,
put us back into space.
but I almost guarantee you.
In fairness, credit's due, and for his own political gain, admittedly, he has pumped, billions of dollars back into space, which is what we need.
Well, it's
He has.
for
He has encouraged it.
for the better part of a decade, maybe even longer. Our administrations, and this extends past the Cheeto into even Obama, and even back as far as Bush, we've cut funding to science and education. And we find ourselves in this predicament right now where we're facing down a virus that may end a fair portion of us, and it requires good minds that are trained in science. And what we have done is cut our own throats 10, 12 years back as to the producing those individuals. And I can't recall the TV show or series, and I kind of feel like it's been, actually no, I can. It was Stargate, the other one, the one where they were like way out there. The last one,
Universe.
Stargate Universe, where it was like Rodney was like, at some point you guys have crapped on us all this time, and then you're like, oh, scientists, please save us, and we're like, we can't help you. Yeah, you screwed us back then, and now we can't help you.
Again, I go back to Elon, because Elon recognizes that to get was being diplomatic about the less educated in society.
Yeah.
You gotta have to fight. And he knows
Yeah.
that, he knows that, he understands it. I mean, he can go up on stage, and he can talk back to the jargon all he wants. They're gonna switch off, and they're gonna go, where's my taxes?
Now see, this is where Elon kind of gets weird. On that last Joe Rogan that he went on,
He's
the
not a guy.
he does not agree with the lockdown. Now, he does agree that only healthy people should be out, but he doesn't agree with punishment for the lockdown.
He says that that's a violation of our rights.
In a way, I agree.
In a way, I agree, but only
But
only for healthy people. If you know you have symptoms of the virus and you're going out anyway,
yeah,
there should be some kind of consequence for you. If you're healthy and you decide, I gotta go out anyway.
yeah, there should be something that kicks you in the ass if you screw up, right?
Yeah.
I take it as the argument for free speech. We're all granted this magnificent thing called free speech, but there is a quality of speech that you have to maintain. You can't just say, you can't walk into a movie theater and yell fire. You can't walk into an airline or an airport and yell bomb.
I don't.
You
I do
can't
not
threaten.
think. I do not think that quarantine, in and of itself, is a violation of our rights.
It's no, it's not. And that's exactly what I'm getting at. Is your your free speech is, it has no ceiling, but yet there are limits to where you should take it.
Yeah.
So
And he's playing to that crowd. That's what he's doing.
see, this is where I feel so out of sync with everything else, because I want a truck.
I do too. Actually, I do too. And I agree with you.
Oh, yeah, kind of a-
We've rented them for like 50s and whatnot. And I'm a big guy, as you saw. Just from a comfort thing, not from a rah, you know, I want to drive a big truck thing.
I just want to be able to move things.
I had to rent an F450 to take Talon all the way to Idaho. That was the only one that was available, and nobody else wanted it. So I was like, yeah, I'll drive it.
And very, very comfortable. But I think in the case of Elon, the Marquis trying to sell to them, because the Green Brigade, the hippies, are not going to buy the cybertruck.
I don't want the teeny tiny little smart. No. I'm going to
Well, I wouldn't
to
mind.
wait
I
out on a
would
limb.
not mind. I would not mind a teeny tiny little smart car at all, with a little teeny tiny electric thing, as long as it got me around the city.
I love the idea of a teeny tiny smart car.
If you're going more than just the city, then it's going to be very uncomfortable.
Well,
But
it's
driving to and from the store to
I know,
home again.
I could literally live out of a teeny tiny little smart car. My problem with it is the damn thing's so small, and I know I've seen the safety test, I've seen the crash test, and I'm like, wow, that's a really safe car. But I just can't wrap my head around it's not big. Like, I've lived my life in Cadillacs, literally lived my life in Cadillacs, Impalas, American metal. Like, wrap yourself in a broad piece of metal,
Plenty of
and
room
the
to stretch
world
out,
can't get to you no matter how bad it drives.
Yeah.
But I really want to live in the upload days when we get into an automatic car and it just takes us where we want to go.
Yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't kill us.
Yeah.
Right, Lola? She's not paying attention anymore.
I'm just thinking about Musk. I mean, I used to like him, but he's such a Trumpster. He threatened to pull out of California if they didn't let him reopen his
Yeah,
factory.
he's.
But,
I
Lola,
don't.
that's exactly my point. It's not that he meant that. I think it's purely politics. He was playing to the American crowd, you know, and the truck buyers, you know, and if he can sway those people over, I mean, these are the people that what do they call it? They blow the black smoke out of the funnels of their trucks. The
Assholes? No, sorry.
Echo, stop, please. You know, the crowd are absolutely anti-green. You know, they
Hey,
just
hey, Echo, blow smoke out the top of my stacks.
yeah. What do they call it? It's chalking or something like that, or coaling or something they call it. You can look it up on YouTube. I mean, it's horrendous. They do it in protest against environmentalists. But they're the crowd that he was going at with that. And if he can win those people over, then I support him, you know? And because he knows that the hippies, the Green Brigade, are never going to buy the Cybertruck. It's not ever going to happen.
They wouldn't.
Those people want the little small, little smart car. You know, that's what they're into, you know?
Yeah. It's still, I don't know. I guess he's going where the money is, and that bugs me. I just don't like it. That's just me, though.
Elon is playing a political game that will get him where he wants to go.
Yeah.
He's not necessarily a Trump supporter.
Oh, no, I don't think he's a Trump supporter at all, actually.
He is treading, right now, he is treading a very fine line so he can get what he wants when he wants.
Yeah.
He tweeted out the same time Trump was saying "Free America," Musk tweeted out something like "Free America." I just linked to it in this chat. I think he said "Free America." It was something like that, but he did the same thing, all caps, exclamation point.
Tesla to move headquarters to Texas. I mean, there's no way he can just up and move everything immediately. That's the problem.
But an example.
He also he's been lobbying for 8 months now to start doing test launches for several parts of his equipment from California because that's the only place he can do it from.
He's been smoking pot on podcasts for 8 months now, so
He's playing a political game. Unfortunately, he's having to weigh how many people in every section it's gonna cost him.
yeah. Well, I mean, he's a DoD contractor, right?
Probably.
Smoking pot with Joe Rogan is not going to get him any bonus points.
But he's not going to get called out on it.
No.
Well, no, he did for a bit, but then it disappeared. It just went away.
They're not going to drug test him or anything.
They don't need to. They have proof.
He's also not the entire of Tesla anymore. He's not the entire of SpaceX anymore.
He owns SpaceX.
Yeah, he owns SpaceX.
That's his main thing. I mean, Tesla is
But he's not the only one. He's not the only
Yeah, but
one.
SpaceX is the DoD contract that he has. So smoking a joint with Joe Rogan on camera is going to, given the current federal laws on pot usage, is gonna kind of screw his choices.
Not really.
They
I
won't.
think they're going to go after that.
No, I don't think they will either. But my point
because
is,
it's legal where he is.
it doesn't matter. It's
It
a
doesn't
leverage
look-
point for the
It
government.
doesn't look good, but they're gonna go where the fucking money is, and SpaceX is making making.
Well, Boeing has Boeing has an automated platform that's
Okay,
as
Boeing
good or almost as good.
last week they had quite a very bad week as well. Not only that, Virgin also had a very bad week, blowing up one of their SpaceX right now is
Well, Tesla
dependable.
blew up one this morning. For God's sakes,
But that was a prototype. It wasn't
It-
an actual vehicle.
it doesn't matter. It's $500,000 worth of equipment. You
But it
just
wasn't
turn it to
invested in
fire.
$500,000. It was only SpaceX's $500,000.
Echo.
Yeah, but that's what I'm
Set a
saying.
timer
That's
for
bad for
20
the
minutes.
company, no matter where it is, prototype, production, whatever. That's gonna hurt. I mean, there's a cost
Elon Musk
associated with
will-
melting that much aluminum.
Elon
All
Musk
right.
will continue to push it until they don't like him anymore. But I can pretty much guarantee they will continue to accept him until his program doesn't work anymore. Right now, it looks like his program is still working.
Yeah.
If
For right now.
if he starts coming out with the racist crap Trump
Oh,
comes
yeah.
out with, then
Okay.
Oh yeah,
he's done. He is
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, I don't think that'll happen. I mean, for one, he's South African. He knows the consequences of that, so,
Lola?
There's a dog whistle that the right's been using. They took it from the Matrix, which really pisses me off. They say take the red pill, and that's their little dog whistle saying, you're a sheep if you take the blue pill. You need to take the red pill and wake up to the reality. Well, I am taking a screenshot of where Elon Musk tweeted take the red pill. I'm just saying he's a Trumpster.
I'll be honest. I took the purple pill. Screw you all.
yeah.
I'm not taking your A or B. I'm
but it's-
non-binary.
Yeah, but Lola, if you watch the NASA broadcast from earlier on, right, with the director of NASA,
Uh-huh.
several times he praised Trump. It doesn't mean he's a Trumpster, but he has to play that game. I mean, Trump is the president of the United States, and these people need to sign contracts. You know what I mean?
Does
Have
he
we seen
the red
Elon Musk do? Have we seen Elon Musk do the blatant racist, sexist
Yeah.
crap?
Probably. Well, I don't know. We'll have to look. We'll have to look.
Do we even need to see that? Because quite honestly, he's headed in the right direction.
Yeah, he is.
And this is where my arguments always fall down. You've got Orson Scott Card that wrote some amazing books, but he's a horrible human being.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read his books. I'm not. Gonna
I mean,
do it.
right now,
It's-
because NASA is a huge part
But-
of NASA's a huge part of his future endeavors. So yeah, but I'm assuming that the second that Trump is out of the picture and the next president comes into, I'm thinking that look, Elon Musk is not going to keep going. Oh, Trump.
No, he's not. He'll be all over the next president.
He'll be
because
all over
it-
the next president.
Because
that'll
in his
be
position, that's what you have to do. It's horrible, but that's the world we live in.
The argument that I have to make is the direction they're going more important than the shitty person that's underneath it, right? So is the message they're sending or the direction they're going
Right.
more relevant to where I want to be as a human being
Yeah.
than the human being that's underneath all of that? So, and this is a place that I still struggle with. Can I respect the person underneath the shittiness because they're pushing things forward, or do I have to give them some amount of disdain because they're just horrible people? So and I still struggle with it. I do still struggle with this.
Yeah.
Bill Cosby, great
Oh.
comedian, terrible person.
Yeah.
I mean, I could literally go down that list. There's a whole Me Too movement there
there's
built around it. and I don't know which side
also put-
of the fence to fall on, but I really want to fall on the side of take me in this direction, even if you're a shitty person, and maybe we can get forward.
I'm a
enough.
great believer in
It doesn't matter.
don't judge people by their time. You know?
It's
I mean, judging someone from society 40 years ago is wrong.
oh yeah, yeah.
That's just plain wrong. Because it was a different society. They grew up in a completely alien society to what we now have. So, you know?
Oh yeah, my grandmother. I swear to God, my grandmother today would be deemed a hoarder
Oh yeah,
because she grew up in the Depression. She had
oh yeah.
bits of string. She had rubber. She
Yeah.
had a drawer of rubber bands.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
little bits of glass. I
Yeah.
mean, there was.
Yeah, my grandma used to, the wrapping Christmas presents. She'd carefully take the wrapping off and save it for next
Save
year.
it, yeah, because she grew up in a time
Where they had
where,
nothing, you know?
where you had it one day,
Yeah,
and if you didn't save it, you didn't have it the next.
yeah.
Yeah, that's, and that's, I totally understand that, but there's that whole thing where you've got people that are the underlying people to, so there's the person and there's the work, right?
Yeah.
Separate the two. You got, oh God, my primo example, Woody Allen, and then Woody Allen's work.
Yeah,
I love his work, but that guy is just,
He
I
is,
mean,
yeah. I mean, I don't.
he's a broken individual.
Yeah,
I don't want anything to do with that.
Yeah.
But
his work
what
was
he's
amazing.
done has been brilliant.
Yeah.
So I can't deny his work, but then I can't accept him as a human. You know, there's like
a divide there.
yeah, there's a divide.
Yeah.
And I don't know where that slice has to happen, but I feel like Elon Musk is definitely far up on this side where his work is progressing and pushing and getting us where we need to go.
Yeah.
But at some points he's kind of in this camp over here
He is.
where I just want to.
Well, he's human, and
We all are.
Yeah, and I think we have a tendency to put people like him, like Elon, up on pedestals that they can't possibly live up to, because he's just human.
I honestly think there's if someone is of an author nature wants to write a really good story, it'll be about somebody that's such a shitty human that they can't even be considered human, but they do such great things for humanity that humanity looks the other way. You know, that's because that's kind of the conflict that I feel myself in right now.
Yeah. I think,
And I'm not that good of a writer.
Yeah. Well, there's
And I never
definitely
will be.
examples throughout history, like, but it's where do we draw the line, you know? And I am very strong of the opinion of we're evolving emotionally, mentally, it's not just physical, and it's very important not to judge people from the past, with the same standards that we hold people to in the modern world,
Well, I definitely wouldn't. I wouldn't vote for Elon Musk for president. He's obviously, he's wrapped up in who can support his businesses.
But that's the same
That doesn't make a good president.
But that's the same way as I wouldn't vote for Steve Jobs for president.
No,
But it
yeah.
doesn't mean that he didn't put a computer or into everybody's home. They weren't all Apples, but he made it cool to own a desktop computer in your home.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be where we are today if it wasn't for him. No, just like Cy was saying, you know, in his personal life, the guy was an a-hole, you know, and more than likely a high-functioning sociopath, by all evidence. But he did do a lot of good for humanity, you know.
Is dinner done?
I'll check it out.
I just, I mean, I'm not anti Elon Musk, but I don't want to. I want to support him the least amount I can. I mean, I love.
I don't necessarily. I'm not necessarily an Elon Musk supporter. I am a supporter of technological improvement and advancement. And right now, even though he's going with the whole, like Trumpish type brigade, his SpaceX company is getting us there. I know the second Trump is gone, he's going to move to the next president. In 2016, he came out and said that Trump was not going to be, Trump was not going to be the right person for the job. I mean, the rest of us know that he's still not the right person for the job. Unfortunately, Elon Musk is in the position where he has to accept this man and he has to cultivate this man for his own company's needs, which I find frustrating.
Well, it's the same thing.
If he doesn't, SpaceX goes nowhere, and he doesn't get, he doesn't get to the moon, he doesn't get to Mars, he doesn't get anywhere. He has to do it. Well, we all know what, we can't, we can't dye our hair if we're, going to the, as much as
one thing.
face,
That doesn't mean I
wear
have.
my hair however I want.
I'm not getting to talk much.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I don't have to espouse some of the crap my bosses say. There's a lot that they say that I don't agree with. That doesn't mean I have to go on Twitter and spout it out. I mean, I know you said, you don't have to judge somebody from what they did in the past. I'm judging him on what he did a month ago. On April 29th, he said, "Free America now," which is just, he's calling out what Trump said.
I put a lot of that stuff down to it's a problem of the modern world. He was probably stoned or drunk at the time and just, went on Twitter or Facebook. Did a stupid thing.
But we don't know that. We don't know that.
Elon Musk does do things that are incomprehensibly dumb that he shouldn't do.
And I mean, I don't have confidence in him as a leader. And I mean, of course, I can't do anything about it. It's just me. And I mean, I'm happy that the space program is doing so well. It's just, I find him distasteful, the things he said. So I'm not really talking about him like he's, great. I'm just not feeling the greatness of him. That's all.
Well, luckily, he's not one of our leaders.
Yeah.
He's a leader of private. He's a leader of a private company.
He's a leader of industry.
Private industry, not our public. Now, if he were a leader in our public, we could remove him. We could just vote him out.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, we're going to do that with Trump.
I hope.
Take him out. That would be nice.
I'm just saying I don't like him. I'm just saying I don't like him and I don't trust him. I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. It's his company. I can't be a Karen and demand to see his manager. But I'm just saying I don't like him. And I'm nervous.
I don't like everything he does either.
his
like what his company. I like the end result right now of what his company's doing.
yeah, his tweet was motivated towards opening his plants.
But it mimics the way Trump said it. And when Trump said it, he meant open up Minnesota, open up Illinois. And it was right when people were talking about should we stay quarantined, should we not? It was actually a month ago when we definitely should stay quarantined before anyone thought of opening. And to me, it's irresponsible. I just found it irresponsible.
And he does. Elon Musk does a lot of irresponsible crap. I agree with that.
Yeah.
A
Why?
lot of irresponsible crap.
Yeah, and I just don't like that he has such a prominent place.
Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about Elon Musk's position in that society.
I just said that. I said I know. There's nothing I can do about it.
Trump and people who are who are close to the leaders in California or in Texas or Trump or things, we can do something about that. If you think this is right, if you think this is wrong, then vote.
But I mean, there are things we can do too. I mean, I was just reading an article where somebody was saying that if they were saying that Tesla should vote him out because that can happen. And if people don't like what he says, then they can retweet it and try to put pressure, So it can be done.
Tesla is pretty much somebody else's problem now.
Mm-hmm.
SpaceX is Elon Musk's
I know.
big pride and joy right now.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, he doesn't own Tesla.
Okay.
He's only the CEO of Tesla, but he owns SpaceX.
yeah, he owns SpaceX. Tesla's publicly traded, and quite honestly, we didn't touch on this earlier, but Tesla is very overvalued as a stock. Don't buy Tesla. I'm just saying.
He said that himself. Yeah.
He said that himself, yeah, and I feel like his assessment was quite honest, because I made that call maybe 2 weeks before he came out and said that his stock was being traded at a much higher value than it should be, and I still feel like that's the case. They're like $200 overvalued from what they should be, but they can ding him on that for saying those things and devaluing his own stock, but he didn't say anything I thought was wrong.
No.
Well, I just don't like he's parroting the alt-right with the take the red pill.
He is.
And
He's doing,
and I don't.
but he's doing that. I really feel like he's doing that in service of the deed he's trying to do right now. And I can't necessarily fault him for that, because he's just trying to get something done.
I don't believe in selling.
There's a good story, a good book, a good something in this. If you wanted to whittle it down and put it into writing, there's something in what's going on in our country today that I don't think is being reflected necessarily in any of the media that we're watching. And I can't fault him for his decisions, but yet I can. It's a funny place that I find myself in, because I don't agree with his position, but yet his position I feel is false. It's made up. I feel like he's making up his position to influence the direction that the country is going, that our programs are going. And I don't know that that's wrong.
I
Play.
I think it's absolutely wrong. This is my opinion. I think it's absolutely wrong. I think everyone has the responsibility to themselves to represent what they feel, what they believe in. And if someone is kowtowing to an administration to get garner points, to garner favor, then that's horrible. And it's no different than the politicians who cave, like Florida's governor who caved to Trump on everything. I think it's inherently wrong. I think it's morally wrong. I don't
Echo.
like it. I don't
Stop,
like
please.
him, and I feel like eventually, when we all live on Mars, he's going to be the supreme leader, and one day he'll be the face of Bo. He'll be the only human left. It'll be him.
Oh God. No, not. I don't want Elon Musk as the face of Bo. I really want
The face of Bo.
Captain Jack needs to be the face of Bo for God's sakes.
No, I'm sorry, it's Elon Musk. We just didn't know it then. He's the face of Bo.
Oh, Elon Musk is the face. And that's actually an interesting prospect.
Makes sense. The last human on Earth, or not even Earth. I don't even know where they were like past the 12th Earth by then.
I'm gonna ask a totally Mad Badger question because this is really outside the lines of coloring. But where do you see us in 3 or 4 years? Like, are we out from under the thumb of the Cheeto, or is this clown gonna get reelected? I honestly can't see him getting reelected, but I was very unhappily surprised to see him get elected in the first place. So I don't. Maybe I'm completely out of touch with the rest of the world. I don't know.
Well, I'm one of the people who thinks that it was altered by another body. So I don't think he naturally won the election. So if he's allowed to, if the votes are tampered with again, then he may win again. I sincerely hope not.
And I'm gonna interrupt the pork fest that happens to be going on in the other two frames just to find out.
I have a couple of minds on this. I think we're in very dangerous territory as a progressive. As a progressive. On one hand, you have Biden winning. Biden will be another Jimmy Carter. He might do some good. He will be, without a doubt, a one-term president. He's too old. He's already, semi-senile. It's not going to happen. If that happens, if he gets elected, more than likely, you're going to see the GOP coming back after Biden, after a one-term Biden, with somebody far worse than Trump. I mean, for all we vote about Trump.
Name that idiot. I don't think you can name that idiot.
Is there someone
Trump
worse?
is an idiot.
A Nazi like leader?
Trump is an idiot, but that's the thing. He's an idiot. But if you get somebody with his views who's actually smart,
that would be frightening.
That would be very frightening.
Actually
we
knows.
could end up with that.
Frightening.
On the other hand, we have 4 more years of Trump,
Cool.
but then a huge progressive surge in 4 years.
Hope so.
So, with probably someone like AOC leading it, she's too young at the moment.
She's too green.
Yeah.
Way too green.
I don't know why so many people hate her.
I don't hate her. I honestly don't hate her.
Green as in she's too inexperienced.
Yeah.
Well, she can't get
She
elected.
might be too young. Is she younger than 35? I'm not sure.
No, she's running, so she's obviously over 35. But my concern with her is she's too. And this is gonna sound bad on air, but she's too pushy.
Yeah.
Like I love her platform. I love what she's running on. I love where she came from. I love how she works, but she's pushing the envelope further than I think the paper will allow for terrage. You know what I'm saying? She's just trying to push it further than the nation will go.
Yeah.
And Bernie had, I think, the same problem. He's really, he's not out there. He's in there, but he's pushing. He's pushing it to a point where I don't think the nation is ready.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, and I agree. She's more for a future generation.
Yeah,
I mean, she's very young. She's
I
only
can
in her 30s.
I can see my kids voting for her easily.
Yeah, it's in decades to come. But the problem with Bernie is that he's still in control. A lot of people in the UK.
More sulfur.
Let me guess,
It's a bottle of
it's a bottle
seltzer.
yeah,
Fill
yeah.
it. Fill it.
There it is.
Fill it.
Good job.
Good.
I think the problem with Bernie is that Bernie, in some respects, is stuck in the past. His mindset was of the left of the 1970s. Which is like the same, you know, when the former Labour Party who lost, dramatically lost the election as head of Labour in the UK. Nobody wants to go back to that, you know? Nor that. We have ways of helping people. And I think there's no way Bernie is electable nationwide. Yes, he'll win those extreme blue states. California, Oregon, Washington, New York, possibly New Jersey. But in the swing states like Florida, he'll get slaughtered, you know?
Yeah.
As much as we want it, he will get slaughtered, you know?
And I'll be honest with you though, I don't think Biden stands much of a chance. I'll be honest.
He's leading in the poll,
Yeah, I don't trust the polls, and I'll tell you, if he's what I have as an option other than Trump, he's going to be the vote I cast, because
He is your other option. Unless you're going to vote for Gumby.
I'm
Which is your
Gumby,
right.
damn it.
That's your
I'm
right.
Gumby,
As a United States citizen, you can write in whatever you want. But if you want to if you want to vote for a person, it's either Biden or Trump at this point.
We have a skunk. There's a skunk.
I think if you want to see the system change, if you're in a safe state, and you're progressive, then give your vote to Green, you know. Get them to that 5% mark so they have to be recognized as a legitimate party, you know.
All of the problems in this country, I firmly believe, stem from having only two parties.
Yeah. Absolutely big time, yeah. When you have a parliamentary system like what I would be used to, people feel like they have a voice, you know? For example...
But isn't that two parties as well?
Well, no. If you're an American, right, who is, even though we can debate the coast come home on who is fiscally responsible, I certainly don't believe the GOP is. But, you know, historically, they would be seen as the fiscally responsible party, right? When we're talking about economics, okay?
Ooh, that's really a tough one, because
It's a tough one, right? But if you're fiscally responsible, or you see yourself as fiscally responsible in a historical sense, and you're a voter in America, but you're socially liberal or progressive, there's no one to vote for because you can't vote.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
Do you know what I mean? It's like you've no choice. You know?
Well, and for many years, uh, all the way back to Clinton, I felt that I didn't really have a choice.
Yeah.
I had a shit choice and a shittier choice, and I just chose the shit choice.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm saying I think really our two-party system is broken because we need more than just two choices. It needs to be non-binary. It needs to be there's 5 people here. Who do you want?
Yeah. There needs to be 5 or 6 political parties that have to bargain and work together to, that's how it works in Europe.
Yeah, well, and that's the problem right now is because your Senate has the majority, but your House has a minority, and then nothing gets through, nothing gets done, no one makes any laws, nobody fixes any problems. It's all just arguments and toe stubbing.
It's the same problem. They have this first past the post system for electing for the electorate in the UK, and so you end up with a two-party system. You end up with Labour or the Conservatives.
Yeah.
And it's just wrong. It just doesn't work. I mean, if you look at the election results, like what you see in the New York Times or whatever, for the UK, you'd swear the Conservatives in the UK got this massive, overwhelming majority. In reality, I think it was something like 46.5% of the electorate actually voted Conservative.
Yeah,
Less than 50%. So if you had a proportional representation, they'd have to be negotiating with a third party to actually form a government.
So what you're saying basically is many of the democratic governments are broken.
They're broken big time. Yeah, I'm a strong believer in proportional representation.
Wouldn't it be great if we, the people, could just put forth an individual, like from our community, and then that person goes against somebody from another community, like a ladder, like we do this online gaming, right? There's ladders.
Yeah.
So we should make it like a game show.
I'm down with who's my representative.
Presidential game show.
Proportional
That would go
representation.
down. That would go down very well with the American public. I can guarantee you there would be engagement then.
There might, you know what? You're not wrong. I think you're right. There might be. God, why can't we go that way? Why can't we go instead of debates? A system where you're raw sitting out on stage and you've got 24 people asking you damn questions that you have to answer to.
Yep.
Off the cuff, not written out and pre-planned and talking points. I think that's where we fall down a lot in our society is our government officials should not have talking points. They should have, this is how I feel and this is where I'm going.
We can't do that when, we can't prepare for all those questions when we go for our doctorates. Why should our representatives be able to prepare for every single question when they go up in debate?
Yeah.
You go up there, you get the questions you get, and you respond with the knowledge that you have at that time. Now, you should have access to, notes and things like that if you require them. And the ability to say, I don't know.
I can find out.
I've never heard a politician say that. They always have an answer, and the
Yeah.
answer is never the question's response, right?
If you're asking something that is not knowledge that somebody, now if you're asking something that's happened like in the last couple of days, that is something that a politician should know about. If you're asking, if you're asking the statistic that there's no way that politician would know, if you're asking, you remember when did World War II happen? That's something that a politician should know.
Yeah.
Really, that's something a politician right now should know. But if you're asking, what the percentage rise on the curve of Missouri's coronavirus happened, you should be able to look that up.
What are your thoughts, Lola?
What are we talking about?
Elections. Should America switch to proportional representation?
I do not like the electoral colleges because the person always loses the popular vote and wins the election, and it pisses me off. It's supposed to be one person, one vote, and that's the way I want it to be.
I think we should move to a game show. Seriously, if we move to a game show, everybody's gonna participate.
There'll be more interest. Yeah, I agree.
Well, I think you probably end up with Trump on steroids.
As long as it isn't like The Bachelor, right? Because nobody likes
Oh
that
God,
shit.
I can't stand The Bachelor.
I think we kind of have game show winners at the moment in the US and the UK.
That is true. That is true. It's not a real game show, though.
I mean, that's
It's more of a staged game show.
So I never did get my answer though. Where do all of you think the next election's going to go? Do you think it's going to go
I think it's hard to tell.
red or blue?
I think Biden has it.
I hope, even though I don't like.
I hope Biden has it, but I think Trump has it.
No, I think Biden has it.
So we got a red, a blue, and a blue.
Biden's gonna have a one-term.
That's not the way it votes, but
Biden's gonna be a one-term president, but he has it.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. I honestly believe everybody here is gonna go the blue route, but I've gone the blue route before and ended up with a red president because that's just how the shit fell.
I think Trump is a showman. That's what he does. That's how he won the election. I mean, I would never vote GOP. Well, the modern GOP, I would have voted for Eisenhower.
Or Kennedy.
Or Kennedy, yeah. But I think he will destroy Biden live on stage. I mean, Biden can't speak to save his life, you know?
Wow.
I don't think they're gonna have many on stage.
I hope
it's the only thing that
they don't do that.
The coronavirus might actually save Biden, you know?
I don't think they're gonna have many on stage.
Well, if they do it
before November.
If they do it on stage, there may be a fair chance that both of them get taken out, and we're just stuck with I don't know, the moderator. Fuck, I don't know.
Yeah.
For the moderator, I'd vote for the moderator.
Yeah, I'd 100% go for the moderader. Let's do that.
Oh, Gumby, and I'd probably vote for Gumby. But
I'm Gumby, damn it.
I don't really have that option right now.
And we've yet to learn who Biden is going to choose as vice president, and that's a big one. That's a big one.
Didn't he choose Warren as his running mate?
He hasn't.
He hasn't chosen anyone yet.
Oh God, please.
He was supposed to have chosen by last week, but he hasn't chosen.
Nah, he should choose. In all honesty, short of Elizabeth Warren, he should go with Barack Obama, just to piss the other guy
That,
off.
yeah,
That guy would
I,
lose his shit.
yeah, he would, but he's never going to do that because he'd be
No,
seen as
no.
it would be pushing himself to the sideline. Everyone would go on to talk to Barack Obama, you know.
That's true. Obama would always overshadow him.
And I mean, I know it's realistically, it's not going to happen.
It'd be hilarious though.
It
And
would.
I'm all about hilarity. You know, if you could do that,
Legally,
Joe Biden, if you could do this,
it's a very gray area legally. He
oh yeah,
could technically do it.
yeah, because he wouldn't be technically he wouldn't be president, but then if there was ever the succession, like
And then there are a lot of people who, and there
the
are
issues.
a lot of people. There's still a lot of people who would say, "Well, you promised to pick a woman."
Yeah.
That is true. He did promise.
You did.
Now, I mean,
AOC would be a good
if
candidate.
he picked Barack Obama, I think that would cut down on a lot of people's complaints. But
And I know I'm very unpopular in that, but AOC would make a great
She
candidate.
would be great. I think she's needed in the Senate right now, though.
She's very green, but she's very in tune with the world that we live in.
Yeah.
I mean, you look where she came from. She was a waitress
Yeah.
before this.
true. But Warren would appeal to quite a few of the moderates who might be swayed.
I know. I don't know. I'm very fanciful in my.
Oh, we
Yeah,
can be fans.
AOC is the future. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, that's the world, not just that we live in, that we're going to be living in over the coming decades, you know.
And I really hope that she is laying out her schedule right now.
Yeah.
I really hope so. I hope that, she's laying out a schedule and going, look, this is what I'm going to do here, and then I'm going to go for president here, and if I don't make it, I'm going to go for president again here, and, this is what I'm going to do. I hope she's doing that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's very young. I mean, she could be running for president for the next 40 years, you know.
She could.
Yeah, but who does that? Nobody does that.
Well, Biden.
Yeah.
My greatest surprise for president was Obama.
Yeah.
Like he came out of nowhere, like no one knew who he was. No one knew his record. No one knew anything about him.
But he was the president we needed at that time, and everybody knew it.
We were so inspired.
So if you take that back to like how we judge what we watch, right? You've got Homecoming that has Julia Roberts in it, right? The first episode, the first season had Julia Roberts in it. That drew you to it. But if you watch the second season, there's no Julia Roberts, and it's all the new blood that was brought into the show. No one knew their names. They don't they're just complete new blood. And that's what I think this country needs is new blood. We need people that are not like, Pence or Trump or Biden or
That's the future. That's the way it's headed. I mean, there's no road about it. Like AOC is the future. I mean, if you look at the subject of universal healthcare, this is one subject, right? Something like 70 to 75% of the American population overall agrees with that, and rightly so. But if you listen to GOP propaganda, they have you convinced that 70 to 75% of people are against it, which and that's her viewpoint and her she like a party crap, whatever they call it. That's the future, research has proven that that kind of stuff that's needed. You have to be able to go to the doctor. You have to be able to go to a hospital. You know, if you're, I mean, we were out on a walk 2 days ago, and we were a long way away. We're a good, 40, 50 feet away from them, but we were walking down this path, like a bike walking path, right next to the bay. And it was right next to old railway lines. There was this old railway carriage. And there was a homeless guy sitting on one of the railway carriages, coughing and spluttering. And he was clearly,
In trouble.
in trouble and sick. And he can't go to a hospital. He can't go to a doctor. You know?
No way. They would, one, never treat him. And two, who are they going to charge when he gets there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, especially during the pandemic, someone like that needs to be taken off the streets, you know?
He needs a safe, secure, secure for him,
Yeah.
not for everybody else.
Where he can get treated and...
Place where he can feel safe and comfortable.
I honestly don't know.
He's not going to get that here.
Yeah, I honestly don't know where it was that I listened to the full story of Typhoid Mary. Typhoid Mary is a very interesting case. She had obviously typhoid. That's the name Typhoid Mary. But she knew she had it. She knew she was contagious. And yet she continued to go out in public and spread the disease to the point where the state of New York, if my memory serves right, found her to be a hazard to public safety and confined her to an island off the coast of Manhattan. She worked as a baker. She worked as a cook. She worked as a like a maid in people's houses. And when the entire household would fall sick with typhoid, she'd just up and leave and go somewhere else. And that was her modus operandi. She was like, oh, they're all sick. I gotta go somewhere else. She was completely asymptomatic, was not affected by typhoid, but spread it to hundreds and hundreds of people.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like we're in that situation now, kind of.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't know where I was going with the story. I just kind of lost track with Typhoid Mary.
Well,
Great story.
Sometimes I feel like it's the political problems are a little like typhoid too.
Oh, it is.
You know, some of the racism is like typhoid. It spread like wildfire, and people think it's okay to come out and be racist, and no, it's not. Nobody tells them any different. There's
still.
I've so I myself talked about this. I'm still a centrist. I mean, I'm a great believer in the center of everything. You gotta find that balance in the middle, and we don't as human beings.
We don't have that. No, we're flailing. We're like either this end or that end, but we're never in the middle.
Yeah.
And I really feel like the middle is being underserved.
It is.
You got
being eroded.
You got 10% this way, you got 10% that way, but that 80% in the middle, we're getting screwed. Mm-hmm. Somehow. I don't even understand how that's possible. There's 10 here and 10 there, and the 80 in the middle is getting screwed.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't understand why. I don't understand how, but that seems to be the lot of the world that we're in.
Yeah. I also, and I have no idea how to solve this one, but social problems to me are completely, social issues should be completely different to economics, political. Do you know what I mean? Like things like gay marriage, right? Should
Yeah.
not be linked in with economics at all, but it is, you know?
I don't. Okay, so maybe I don't. Okay, so I don't live in the world you live in. Gay marriage, where I live,
Yeah.
is a kind of a commonplace thing. It happens, but
Yeah.
it doesn't seem to affect
But it
like.
did. I'm using it, that's a bad example because that's the norm now. But a few years ago, you had the GOP and the religious right. That was their platform, anti-gay marriage. But they were also like seen as politically or economically, fiscally responsible. You know.
I don't know. It's still not as commonplace down here, and it's still not as accepted. I mean, people begrudgingly acknowledge it because it's federal law now, but I wouldn't call it accepted down here.
Because
Yeah.
it happens, yeah.
Yeah.
One of my best friends here, I say that. I mean, I've never like been to his house or anything. I work with him, and he got married to his husband a few years ago. And the place I work for is ultra conservative. And I said something to him about, the HR director, she's okay with it, and he said she didn't look happy, but she doesn't have a choice. So she didn't like my blue hair, and she didn't like his gay marriage.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you can't. You can't adjust for everyone.
Yeah.
And for many people, you just shouldn't adjust for them because they're wrong. They're in the wrong camp.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to be that I don't know, the tree in the forest that grows up so straight and strong that every other compass is pointed to it.
Yeah.
You have to. It's
Yeah. Nobody's done. I remember years and years ago, when I was in my teens, I was heading up to a protest at University College Cork.
Cork.
Yeah.
Ireland.
There was, I can't remember his name, there was an Austrian historian. Side probably know him, would have heard of him.
Yeah, doubt it.
There was
Wait,
this Austrian historian guy who used to go around the world.
Cork.
Yeah, Clark, yeah. And he preached anti-Holocaust stuff, and the Holocaust never happened and all this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And he was due to speak, and I was going to go up for protest and all that. All my friends were, they were all, that's part of what we were into, still are. And my grandfather, who was a World War II veteran, saying you shouldn't be protesting. Yeah, he's an asshole. He's a complete asshole, and I fought a war against him and his ilk. But he has a right to speak, and that's what we fought a war for. His right to speak.
There was a post on MeWe. Excuse me. Not that long ago, about something to do with deformation of the flag. I don't remember the exact case, but it took place in the early 1800s. And this always hits a spot in my heart because I defended this flag. The flag that we have, I have defended it. Linda has. I have. And one of the things that I was always proud of, and granted, I served in the mid 80s. One of the things I was always proud of is I live in a country where it is permissible to burn a flag, burn a United States flag in protest, and it's perfectly legal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
even though I defend the flag. And my saying has always been, you know what? I love that you can burn this flag, but if you do it in my presence, you might be in the legal right, but you're not going to be on my right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's how
Some bad things
that's
may
how I
happen.
felt about it at the time. I mean, I was like, I don't know. I mean, there's certain voices that just shouldn't be heard. You know.
Well, I feel like it is a great comfort to me as an American citizen or
Yeah.
as anybody on the face of the planet to go, I don't like this symbol and I'm gonna burn it to the ground,
Yeah.
and there can be no legal repercussions to me. Now, what the crowd does to you is a completely different thing, and maybe
Yeah.
that's not legal,
Yeah,
but
just because it's legal doesn't mean there aren't repercussions.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're rolling the dice at that point. But
Yeah.
you know, it, I love the fact that I can speak out in such a like a violent protest way
Yeah.
against the oppression I feel from this country, this symbol,
Yeah.
this this
Yeah.
uh so administration. There's another word I'm looking for. It begins with an E. I can't remember it. But anyway, I can speak out against this, and I can't be prosecuted.
Yeah.
And I feel like that is a very like
It's
visceral.
very important. I mean, I might disagree with my grandfather on that, but then I think of my LGBT friends, and that's probably what society were saying about them, 40, 50 years ago. Oh, well, those people shouldn't have a right to have a voice, and those people shouldn't have a right to,
And there's well, that's the thing is the times they are changing, right? We from today to next week, things will change.
Yeah.
It might be incremental, it might be small, it might be minute, minuscule, but they change. And we have and that's the thing I love about our Constitution. That's the thing. That's one of the things I love about science. Science will change.
Yeah, because of
We
evidence.
get new information. We're going to make new laws and theorems. It changes. And our Constitution is kind of along the same lines. It's a malleable body that sets forth a strict set of initials, but then allows for adjustments along the way.
Yeah.
The problem we have right now in our country is the adjustments that are trying to be made to that initial is contradictory. Like we've got a president right now is like, I'm gonna censor Twitter. No, you
Yeah, no, you
do
can't.
that.
Yeah, you can't do that.
It's literally you cannot do that. You
Yeah.
do not have the power, and no one literally has the power
Nor should
unless
they.
you can get a vote through Congress. It's not going to happen. So a lot of what comes out of his mouth, I just kind of throw it in the wastebasket because it's not worth poisoning my brain.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We've got a good future ahead of us.
I think so. I'm very positive about the future. We're going through a transition at the moment, and the transition has been caused by massive economic turmoil because we're still trying to run countries like we did 100 years ago, and it's not working anymore because our technology has moved way frickin' beyond that.
We
You know?
should not be trying to run anything. We should deal with our own shit and screw the rest of it. We don't. Why do we care about any of it? It'll take care of itself.
Yeah.
Well, with that, I'm going to bow out. I am exhausted.
Lola's been really quiet too.
I've been looking at the news.
I know.
Um, Nashville City Hall and Courthouse is burning.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I knew those. I knew it was.
Tennessee has great barbecue.
It's not. It's not going to stay in one place.
Ah,
No, it's
That's
everywhere.
awful.
Portland is having huge riots too, I think.
Miami has had violence.
oh, wait.
Orlando has had violence. Huh?
Can everybody look up at Lola? Does
Yeah.
anybody else but me think she doesn't look like Princess Leia coming out of R2D2?
She's very
Yeah.
ethereal looking right now.
Okay, Lola, say, help me, Obi-Wan.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
Boom, right there. Look,
I just
see,
need
it's
the-
fact. It's perfect.
I just
Perfect.
the head covering. That's all.
Fantastic.
Help me,
Like you've got the right amount of flicker and the like the lightness.
Need a couple of Danishes here.
No, I have the picture of her doing that. The hologram. I have that.
You just gotta kind of lean over when you say, "Help me, Obi-Wan. You're the only. You're our only hope."
You're my only hope. Sometime I'll show you the pictures I made for May the 4th. I made Star Wars pictures with the birthday people at work, and I just kind of.
Oh, yeah, awesome.
I'll show y'all sometime. That was fun. I really liked doing that.
The people you can't come within 6 feet of now.
Yeah, I had to do it from home, but I have so many pictures from work. I have thousands of pictures. I had no problems finding pictures.
I gotta go and arrange to take a shower.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm the only real-time person here.
Real-time person, not to
No.
how you're flickering. It's so
No, I'm sorry, Lola. You're now fake time. We're all real time.
Yeah.
We have the majority.
That hurts
That's
my-
how it works.
I'm futuristic. I'm 3 hours in the future. Oh my God, it's already Sunday. That's how futuristic I am.
Wait, tell me, how is Sunday? Is Sunday a bad day? Because if it is, I won't go.
Sunday's a
Oh,
good
wait.
day. I can actually put money into my stocks. It'll be a good thing, right?
Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna-
Wait.
No, Sunday doesn't work for stocks because they don't do that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've put $110 so far in, and I've doubled my money. So
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
50-50, what is that all GoPro?
no, it's not on GoPro. It's
Thank God.
it's mostly actually solar power. And
Oh, there you
they're
go.
taking it off. So
I made $20 off my beauty stocks. I'm shocked. I am absolutely floored. I made money off my beauty stocks.
I don't even want to tell you what I've made because it's disgusting. I am profiting off this pandemic.
That's
I'm going to take a look at that property stuff because they look really good. They look like a good buy right now.
Long term. I don't know that any of those are going to come back anytime soon.
It might
But-
be worth having 5 or 10 shares in them, though.
Oh yeah, if you've got $50, $20, $50, whatever it takes to get in.
Yeah.
The dividend side of things is like 70 cents on the dollar or something like
Yeah.
that. So it's like each dividend. Wait. I'll tell you what's in the queue right now. Accounts, history. So, IVR, which is I think a 76 point something
Yeah.
dividend. I get 50 cents per share. I'm looking at $300.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. That's.
Yeah, well, I
You
haven't
can
asked.
pump-
I haven't
the thing
asked
is,
a ton
you
of
can
money.
pump that into other shares, which is great.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the whole
Yeah.
thing. Is I get
Yeah.
the dividend of that, and then I shove it into Boeing or some other
Yeah.
stupid thing that may screw me in the end. But if it doesn't, I'm gonna be a big winner.
Yeah.
So that's the whole game.
Yeah.
And you know what?
We'll be sticking more money in Monday.
Monday. Yeah.
That's the other thing that I kind of wanted to address in one of our shows, and I guess this is the show I'm going to do it in. I honestly hate that we have a president that is manipulating stocks through his freaking tweets.
Oh God,
Yeah,
God.
big time. But that's what he's doing. Like that, people think he's having to go off Twitter. I guarantee you, somewhere he's got money. You know, he just bought Twitter stocks, or something like.
Yeah. He said 2 words, 10 words about Twitter, and then
their stocks are down.
it just went. And somewhere somebody was making money on that, and I honestly believe he knew ahead of time what he was doing.
Oh yeah.
When someone made money.
Yeah.
Because whether it's his son or his son-in-law or his
Keeping it. Yeah.
Our president should not be manipulating our stocks.
No, not at all.
I've never
That's
seen
not
it
his
done
job.
with another president before this, and it's completely unprecedented. I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of where I am with this guy because.
Well, we know what to make of it. We know what to make so much for checks and balances. That's
No, he's this thing. He's this thing.
Mm-hmm.
You see that thing?
Yeah.
Do you know what it is?
Piece of crystal.
Huh?
A piece of crystal.
You know what it is. You have no idea what this is. Like it's not glass. It's this is what I'm saying. The president that we have right now.
Yeah.
You know what the fuck that is? You're like.
You have no idea. Yeah.
Is that a turd? Is that a fruit? Is it a vegetable? I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
That's he's this.
That's what he is. Yeah.
Thing. He's this thing. We don't know what the fuck it is, and we don't know how to deal with it. And he's taking advantage of that. And I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
I need something different.
Very good.
Lola's still reading news. I can tell by her face. She's like,
Every once in a while, there's a part of her lip lifts up in this
I know.
she
Right,
wants
there's
I'm reading that people suspect that a lot of the rioters are actually white nationalists who are trying to just gin up violence so that the protesters look bad.
And I think that is happening.
not
Happening.
not to pour gas on that fire, but I did listen to the mayor of St. Paul, I believe it was St. Paul, Minnesota, St. Paul, Minnesota, who gave a press conference today. It was kind of like maybe 10 minutes long, but at the very end of the press conference, he was saying, it was we imposed a curfew last night, and of all the people that we ended up arresting, all of them were from out of state. All of them.
He kind of nagged on that. He came out later and said that wasn't totally true. So I'm not really sure about that.
He needs to
He has more news than I do.
He needs to shut
You
his
watch too much news, Lola. You're just depressing yourself. Have another wine.
He needs to freaking fix his medical crap.
What?
I gotta
Be
go.
available on Discord for anybody that's still listening. Come join our Discord. And,
No one's listening. We're all alone.
Actually, we had quite a few a while ago.
We had people popping in.
What?
We've had
Popping in,
people
yeah,
popping in and
popping in
out. I'll share the
Nobody said anything, but
after I stop. I'll share the stats because Twitch sends us the statistics of how many people actually tuned in.
We're just rambling bubble butts.
Yeah,
and
the
shit.
bubble
That's why
bottoms,
they
yeah.
left. They
Bubble
tuned in
bottom.
and they left.
it's gonna be that one or two people that eventually come in and interact with us bubble butt.
No,
Yeah.
don't listen to us. We're crazy
We love you.
left or right wing. We don't know what we're in some wing somewhere that you don't want to be in. Just don't listen to us. We're
A
crazy.
pack of gobshites. Yeah.
Gobshites. Oh,
Yeah.
gobshites. He got it.
Yeah,
Gobshites.
gobshites.
We're gobshites. He's 100% right on the money.
Don't forget the ending.
Huh? Oh, yeah,
We
yeah.
have an ending. We have an ending.
We have an ending.
All right.
Wait, drum
Right.
roll.
See you guys.
We have an ending.